There's one.
Yo, what up, everybody? Oh my god.
Zeus, look at me. Come on, don't be shy. Look at me. Why
Oh.
not? Are you embarrassed? Come on, buddy. Okay.
Cuteness aggression took over.
Hey, don't bite!
Good thing we got this net to keep you out of there.
Carefully calculated all the factors.
Oh.
Riley, do better, Riley.
Orange cat. No plant.
It's a nice catch. Dodo, donate $2. Can you react? I can.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend, Mike Tyson, in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that?
No, I didn't pre-order Killing Floor 3. Looks like shit. So, not pre-ordering that game.
What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Something that I have not heard before.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody to think? You think somebody really wants to think about you? Who the fuck cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids maybe, or grandkids.
Yeah,
Who the
true.
fuck cares?
And
I mean, he's not wrong. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Old school anime is just so dope. That is a fat guy on a BMW R1200.
Massive study that changed everything about how we understand blood pressure. In fact, it was so influential that it was stopped early. It's also changed my perspective on blood pressure in even more drastic ways, which I'll also explain. You see, in the past, blood pressure recommendations were set to 140/90. That's the
That is very high.
Systolic and diastolic numbers on a blood pressure reading. These numbers correspond to the maximum pressure in your artery, so systolic, and the minimum pressure as the heart relaxes, so diastolic. Then a study released that completely obliterated the idea of 140/90. That's this study. In this study, the researchers randomly assigned over 9,000 cardiovascular disease at-risk people to one of two groups, a standard blood pressure lowering treatment or an intensive blood pressure lowering treatment. The difference between the two groups was the amount of medication given. The only distinguishing factor between the groups was to achieve less than 140 units for systolic blood pressure in those on the standard treatment, and to achieve around 120 units for systolic in those in the intensive treatment. We can see that they achieved that over several years. The standard treatment, as indicated by the vertical axis, maintained blood pressure under 140, and the intensive treatment maintained blood pressure around 120. So, what happened? If we look at the data, we see both treatments, standard in blue and the intensive in orange. The higher the lines go, the more cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, heart failure, and death occur. You can see that at the 1 year mark, well, there's no difference. Yet, even 1 more year later, and definitely 3 years later, the results are clear. The intensive treatment condition were at a much lower rate.
Yeah, I've already seen Promise Neverland. Season 2 was just horrendously god-awful. And, whatchamacall. Dude, why does Streamlabs keep fucking changing their dumbass thing? I did get Stripe updated, by the way, so credit cards should work now, but why do they keep changing fucking everything? It's so stupid. Yeah, Promised Neverland fucking sucked for season 2. Even the manga. I don't know what happened, but the guy who was writing the manga just gave up and said, fuck it.
Risk, about 25% lower than the standard treatment condition. In fact, the evidence was so clear the researchers had to stop the study early because it's unethical to continue when the evidence strongly indicates intensive treatment should be offered to the other group. So, since then, blood pressure recommendations have been reduced to 120/80. Technically getting under that. And that's where I think more emphasis needs to be made. Because as far as I'm aware, it's not like we know that 120/80 is the end all be all. We know it's better than a higher blood pressure, but we don't know if it's just as, 100/60, for example. And my 2 cents is that the lower you can get your blood pressure, the better. Now, before someone with very low blood pressure starts lambasting me about their struggles, I'm talking about cardiovascular disease. It's true that too low of blood pressure can cause their own issues, which we'll get into, because the results of this study were not all rosy. There were downsides. However, on a cardiovascular health front, it seems reasonable to me that the lowest a person's blood pressure can be, with a key emphasis on while still being able to function normally, the better. There are points at which low blood pressure can be a
Burger Donny Tillers, have you ever considered telling ChatGPT to take the role of an anti-vegan and playing Name the Trait? I've seen people do that. It's not interesting. ChatGPT isn't any better at arguing compared to an actual human, and generally speaking, it's also just more boring talking to, a chatbot, because one, it's a chatbot, so that kind of defeats some of the fun. ChatGPT also doesn't say unhinged, retarded shit like an actual human being would, so it's also less fun, and it just ends up conceding every time, so, who cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Burger.
problem, and the researchers outline a few problems that participants experienced on this intensive treatment.
Oh yeah, dude, Fist of the North Star? That anime is fucking dope.
React to the 210 mark.
Let me take a look.
I'm getting to work.
I've already seen this episode. Or no, wait. Have I seen this episode? No. I'm not gonna... I'm still watching this, so I'm not gonna... watch that clip. It's gonna spoil things. Thanks for the donation, though, Bardock. Yeah, Fist of the North Star is super underrated. If you read the manga is it's not nearly as campy, but if you watch the anime, it's an absolute gem in ridiculous nonsense. Like, there's some cool, like, it's cool in its own way, but it's like the absolute best kind of campy shonen anime you'll ever fucking see. It's amazing. The manga's really cool, and again, it's a lot less, like, it's not nearly as campy and it's pretty straight, but when you watch the anime, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Highly recommend.
Looks like Frank has a new vid. He is talking about fruits and veggies.
Oh, damn. We're gonna have to watch that. Thanks for the... Oh, wait. No. We already watched that. Yeah, we were reacting to this, like... Has it already been 4 days? Yeah, we already reacted to this a few days ago. So, sorry, James Wade, but we have indeed already seen this. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
There's some finer details of this study that I'll be going over in my research review that I wrote for the Physionic Insiders. If you're so inclined to learn more, you can join through the link in the description. You also get access to all my work along with a monthly podcast distilling everything down for you and a premium email list so that I send you all the most important actionable information. Okay, enough marketing. So, there's this table, and don't let your eyes glaze over. I'm only going to highlight a few things here. As a quick reference, if these numbers on the far right under p-value are less than 0.05, it indicates a statistically significant effect, or in less statistics terms, there's a likely effect happening between the groups. Now, I'll bring your attention to hypotension and syncope. They're related. Essentially, passing out and overly low blood pressure was experienced by some people in the intensive treatment group at a higher rate than those in the standard treatment. However, if I point out one more thing, acute kidney injury was also more frequent in the intensive treatment group, about 70% increased. So, why might all this be? Well, the low blood pressure and passing out makes sense simply because that's the nature of artificially reducing blood pressure through drugs. However, the kidney damage is explained by the researchers as one of two things. Well, one, some blood pressure medications are diuretics. They flush water out of the body, as well as drugs that directly affect the kidneys, like angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. We don't need to get into the details other than some drugs directly target the kidneys. These drugs could have temporarily affected kidney function. The second explanation is due to low blood pressure, the kidneys receiving less blood, called perfusion, which could also cause kidney damage. So, where does that leave us? Confused? Concerned? Well, let's address it. This indicates that possibly kidney-specific blood pressure medications should be avoided. More specifically, if you're compounding multiple medications for blood pressure, since the intensive group was taking 3. And if you look at the supplemental data, over 1,000 people were on 4 or more medications. So 1 might still be good to go, but as you add more, the risk may increase. We also don't know if this applies to all blood pressure.
No, haven't seen Cautious Hero. Let me Google that.
I don't understand Trump's bootlickers and Republicans being so anti-science and anti-education. A more retarded society may be easier to manipulate, however the IQ drop will cost more in the long run. Makes no sense, man. Even for CEOs it doesn't benefit them.
There's been a huge cultural change when it comes to corporate CEOs. If you go back, like, even 50 years ago, they were thinking more about long-term profits. Now they're only thinking short-term. Everything they do is just maximizing profits every single quarter, and they're not thinking about just having steady increases in revenue over the long term. So, that's why you see them doing all of these, like, stupid things, like manipulating the cost of housing and rental properties. Just trying to jack housing prices up through the fucking roof, even though it's like a bubble that's going to burst. The '08 financial crisis, again, that was a result of that kind of short-term maximize profits as quickly as fucking possible bullshit. Give anybody who wants a loan, oh, you know, what's it called? So yeah, They just try to do everything they can to maximize short-term profits, even if it's like creating a bubble, even if it's going to cause like a financial crash. I think one of the reasons for that is these corporations have just gotten so huge and they have so many investors. They're just under a lot more pressure to just maximize profits in the short term. There's also a lot of like stupid startups like Uber Eats and shit where the strategy is to just try to make as much revenue as possible even if it isn't profitable, and then hopefully you'll like at some point you'll have like a sustainable business model. And a lot of these corporations just have so much cash that if they do actually create a market bubble, they'll be able to outlast it, and then they're going to crush other businesses that can't, and then they'll go back to making more money. But thanks for the donation, broski. $2 She's donated $2. Let me see. That guy is very gay.
Gotta do something. You ever meet somebody that don't do nothing? You ever meet somebody that don't do nothing? They don't do nothing. They don't date. They don't do drugs. They don't play checkers. They don't do nothing. How long do you like those people for? You don't. I like people with a little bit of edge to them.
Joey Diaz is a retarded, degenerate scumbag. This, however, is a very nice Hyrax.
Suits and
Wow. Look at his toes. That's a nice Hyrax. I think this is my favorite Hyrax video. Wow. Look at him munching on his lettuce. That's a good Hyrax. Just munching. They're funny animals. Oh! The hell kind of Pokemon is this? I don't think I've ever seen that animal before. What the hell is this? Garden haggis? What? Is this fake AI? Okay, I think that's AI. Well, anyway, thanks for the donation, $2 She's. Yeah, I don't know if I'll watch Cautious Hero.
Medications or just kidney-specific ones. I wish that the researchers had done a subgroup analysis to tease out some of those specifics. Alas, they did not. So, what are the key takeaways here? The main point of this study is that reducing your blood pressure to less than 120/80 is a huge benefit to your cardiovascular health. However, as it seems to also be indicated by this study, trying to do that without blood pressure medication that affects the kidneys is preferable. And being on many blood pressure medications may cause harm to the kidneys, an area that still needs to be investigated more. So, how does one reduce their blood pressure then? Well, if you're interested in the easiest exercise that has a potent effect, check this out. And if you're interested in taking a supplement or there's one massive
Fasting causes hair loss.
arthritis, another day.
Let me see. Africa, Cope donate $2. Do you think she is coping about Africa?
Africans are poor. They don't have access to any technology. They are uncivilized. They live in a jungle. Nye, nye, nye. Habibi, come to Lagos. Or better still, Kuja, Kenya.
It entirely depends, like, what district you're in. You can find extremely wealthy neighborhoods in, like, yeah, Lagos, Kenya, Nigeria, but the gap between, like, rich and poor is insane. So, yeah, that's not representative of most of Africa. Or most of these countries in Africa. Kids.
Someone at this school decided to flush a binder down a toilet in order to get class canceled, but it worked a little bit too well. He ended up getting school canceled for 3 days as the entire place was shut down and forced to do reconstruction. And now, as a result, it's become a TikTok trend to flush random things in the toilet in order to get school canceled. Right now, it's unclear if the school is aware of what he did, but
Jesus.
Considering this has become a trend all over TikTok, they will soon find out.
God damn. If only I had known about that trick when I was a kid. Okay. Many UK cities, Muslim immigrants are in charge. Next step will be Sharia. Dude, this guy isn't even fucking big. Wow, UK police are, oh, he might not actually be a cop. Yeah, I don't think that guy's a cop. I think he's one of those, bylaw enforcement officers who can just, like, give you a parking ticket or something. Yeah, these aren't cops. They're, like, bylaw enforcement people. But yeah, the UK sucks, dude. Thanks for the donation, Africa Cope. Broski, you donated $3. Let me see.
Come on! Bring your ass out here and do something! I have had enough of your antics! Shut up, Morty!
Cyrax is a perfect example of why we need eugenics. Thanks for the donation, broski. Thick Hardwood donated $2. Let me see.
should we be buying lumber from other countries?
Because that's where the trees are. These different colors are different kind of trees, and what you need to know is that this is the kind of trees that we like to build houses out of. We can also use these ones, but they're not as good. And as you can see, Canada's just trees galore. So I guess we could cut down our national forest to make 2x4s. But unfortunately, we would actually run out pretty quick. And we'd have to wait another decade for those trees to grow again so we can harvest them again. And another interesting thing about trees is that the farther north they grow, the slower they grow. And the slower they grow, the harder the wood is, which makes it better. The wood is also better the longer you let the trees grow before you cut them. And these are all uncut forests. When it comes down to it, Canada's wood is just longer, harder, thicker, and uncut. And they are eager
Hell yeah.
to let us have it. We should just let their wood come all over America. Because in reality, we just don't have enough forests in the United States to keep up with the demand for construction. In fact, this is a post that I made in 2017. Remember back in April when Trump got mad about Canadian lumber replacing American lumber? Well, it turns out that a 30% duty on Canadian goods doesn't mean that America produces more lumber. The lumber we used to get from Canada, we are now getting from Europe and Asia, and it costs a lot more. Notably, lumber imports from Russia have increased by over 40%. This lumber comes from forced labor camps in Siberia, where Russia has purchased workers from the North Korean government. So let's break this down. We hurt our relationship with Canada so that we can support the oppression of North Koreans for the benefit of Russia and North Korea's governments, all so that Americans can pay more for soft lumber, and it will cost Americans wanting to build a house 20% more than it would have cost last year. How does that put America first? You know how
Well, this is Republican economic planning at its finest.
we have a housing shortage and construction costs have gotten outrageous since 2017? The houses being built now are not as sturdy as houses that were being built 10 years ago, and they cost more. Asking why we get lumber from Canada is like asking why we get coffee from Ethiopia, or why we get pineapples from South America. That's just where they come from.
That is outrageously stupid, dude. And America voted for it. Good job, America. Thanks for the donation, Thick Hardwood. Payne donates $2. Pours. Let me see. It's easy to hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor? Oh, I do.
I don't want to be in government housing. This is Isabella Towers, an apartment complex in Knoxville, Tennessee. It's just terrible.
And it's just too small.
But you could kind of make this nice, about the size of mine back home now. Come on, we gotta learn a little gratitude. This is a heater. I would prefer this personally to living on the street.
It's about the same, really.
It's really about the same because we would have more freedom out there, though.
We wouldn't care if we lost it today, though.
You wouldn't care?
Nah.
Got
That's
TV,
the only
AC.
I've only recently found out about this, I'd say in the last, year and a half. What nobody talks about when it comes to homeless, a lot of them want to be homeless. I'm not exactly sure what percentage that would be. I don't know if it's 10% or 50%. But the reason they're out on the street, a lot of them, is because they actually want to be out on the street. You can literally give them free housing. They'd still be out on the street. And then on top of that, you may have some people who are just absolutely cracked retarded, where even if they wanted a home, there's no possible way that they could keep it because they'd piss and shit all over the place, get addicted to drugs, die or something. So, yeah, we literally do not have the kind of resources and technology to solve homelessness because you're talking about people who either need a 24/7 carer with them constantly, or people who literally just refuse to live indoors. They want to live out on the street.
See, shower.
The only two things
locked door.
Yeah, we consider this still homeless.
I still believe. I want to live in a house.
To where I could actually go outside and do yard work.
Achieving that from this place is substantially easier than achieving that from the streets.
Not really. It's much easier to do on the streets.
It doesn't have a window factor.
But I would say this is a good
You can also tell they're inbred. Like, their eyes don't point straight. You can just tell. Like, their parents were cousins or something.
Transitionary point. Have a place where you can take a shower, freshen up, and then go to work, start saving money, open up a bank account. It has a lot of potential. And then from there, you can eventually have your first national security for a place that you actually would like.
That we actually want.
Did you get anything that you could?
Yeah, I mean, just give them toilets. That's all they really need, so they don't shit all over the place. Do you use the food pyramid? No. No, I don't use the food pyramid. Yeah, that's very stupid. So he's gonna be at increased risk of heart disease. Lol. Oh yeah, I've seen that guy. Yeah, this person was claiming to be a woman and using the women's bathroom at Planet Fitness, but it's literally a dude. Thanks for the donation, Payne. W donate $2. Did you know that light works this way? Pretty mind-blowing. Perhaps you could react to it or skip to interesting parts where they prove it with experiment. We've already watched this entire video. And yeah, it was really interesting. I did, in fact, learn that light will literally just go anywhere. The only reason it doesn't, and it has, like, it follows an angle of incidence, is just because of conflicting waves, like, canceling each other out. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
At this point I think most Americans would support Trump even if they become homeless and have to sleep in tents. As long as me GR and aliens get DEP or TED I we LL support TRUMP is a real party route. Egg prices are because of those done Mexicans.
It's getting harder and harder for them to cope. So I think Trump could in theory fuck up so bad that they would in fact turn on Trump. And it's already starting to happen. You're starting to see that with people who have been fired from their jobs because of Trump for no reason, and they found out, oh, this guy's actually an idiot. But who knows? I could be underestimating people's stupidity again. So yeah, maybe Trump could literally make everybody broke and homeless, and they'd still think Trump is awesome. Thanks for the donation, that Broski. Dodo donate.
React to this.
Let me see.
Khalil had engaged in any type of criminality or behavior that would justify.
Trump just arrested a green card holding college student for protesting. I'm assuming this is a pro-Palestinian protesting retard.
Revoking his green card. Now, his lawyer also says that she has filed a habeas corpus petition to challenge the validity of his arrest, but there's a huge problem. No one knows where he is. Okay, so I'll give you more details on that in just a moment, but here's what his attorney also said. The arrest follows the U.S. Government's open repression of student activism and political speech, specifically targeting students at Columbia University for criticism of Israel's assault on Gaza.
This may be one of those few circumstances where I'd actually side with Trump. Chances are he was in fact doing something illegal. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Columbia University at this point said no protests on campus or no protests in this part of campus, or he was part of one of these, like, encampments or something. Like, yeah, I mean, if the guy is clearly breaking the law, was asked to leave private property or something, and he has a green card, yeah, revoke this dipshit's green card. It's fucking ridiculous. Especially considering what he's protesting. The guy's clearly an anti-Semite. Like, okay, why the fuck are you coming to the United States and then promoting anti-Semitism? Go back to fucking whatever shithole country you were from if you hate Jews so much.
Gaza. You could, by the way, you could protest the United States government all you want. You can protest anything, literally anything, but don't protest the government of Israel and the current slaughter of innocent civilians in Gaza.
This is so hilarious. So they're even showing him in front of these encampments. I'm assuming this is at Columbia University. So yeah, almost guaranteed, this guy was in one of these illegal encampments, and this is why he's getting his green card revoked. The guy was clearly breaking the fucking law, and he's promoting anti-Semitism. Why the fuck would you want him here? Like, again, if he hates the United States' support for Israel so much, why is he here? Go back to your own country. Go fuck yourself.
And the West Bank. Okay, got it. Just want to be clear about that. She continued.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the Young Turks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you think you would have been worth a pretty penny back during slavery? I think I'd bet you for sure. Who do you think would have been worth more? You or your cousin Vince?
Well, I would definitely be a bigger liability since I'm smart. But yeah, as far as manual labor is concerned, I'd definitely be of a higher value than Vince Goodrum. Thanks for the donation though, Adam. Alex Rosen and Michael Knowles donated $2.
So you just told me
yeah, we're gonna watch that tonight. Don't worry.
basically that you watch videos of 3-year-olds getting raped. Did you not tell me that? Okay. And you got, and on the phone upstairs, you have child on that phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He's had a lot of issues in the past. He was texting this 13-year-old boy. When he was a kid, he raped his kid brother, who was like probably 6 years younger than him.
No, it wasn't.
Well, he said in the messages he had with him.
That was what he went to counseling for. And it was determined that he wasn't like a.
Oh, well, that was
real
wrong.
Quick. Can I have you guys just hop over on that side?
I mean, we were very cool with each other.
No,
yeah.
Dude, I watch your videos.
Okay.
I know exactly who you are.
Okay.
These people need to just stay locked up
What do
indefinitely.
you mean something's coming out about Chris? Oh my God, this is gonna be a PR nightmare. Oh my God, did he say the N-word? No? Did anything crazy like mentioning going to women's bathrooms? No. Oh. He only sexted and met up with a minor. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you, Mohawk. Okay. He can stick around. We can sweep that under the rug. Oh, thank God. Thought it was something terrible, like it being racist or something. Oh, thank God. Video of your dog licking your penis.
I want to ask, whoever sent me the one, ask for.
Ask for one back.
Video, yeah.
So you sent this to multiple people.
This is that one other person that sent me the one. But where are we going? Where are we working with?
Well, I'm trying to figure out why this happened, if it'll happen again, because the internet fries some minds here, man. Okay. So you only sent this dog video to that other guy and to Brooke. That's it. Okay.
I mean, it got passed around after that. You know what I mean? I don't have no idea. But look at these people coming.
Oh, well, I'll be quiet, dude.
Guys, how y'all doing?
How's it going? Dude, you understand you got to get rid of this child porn on your phone? Yeah. Okay.
Listen, my man, just do me a favor. You're not being arrested this time. You're just going to be detained, okay?
I never.
Sad thing is that it's not that her politics are bad, they're obviously bad, but that she has strongly held politics at all. Is all very new and deeply corrosive to any healthy society.
I love you so much. But I've always wanted a partner to be on the same wavelength. And so today I can't. I'm sorry, but I don't want that to be misunderstood. I still love you and everything about you is amazing. Mm-hmm. And I care about you so much.
I care about you too. And I love you so much.
So this is very, very easy to understand. If you meet anybody, man or woman, who says, "Oh, I can't really be with you because you don't have like an opinion on Black Lives Matter or COVID vaccine or the LGBTQ," they're just a Nazi. This woman is just a Nazi and she wants to marry another Nazi. That's all that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex Rose and Michael Knowles.
Young Turks just go bankrupt already.
What's really weird to me is Jank was saying that they're having issues getting enough revenue to keep the business afloat. What the fuck exactly are their overhead costs? I mean, you can make a studio for their new show in like any fucking shithole apartment. And they just react to random crap online. I don't know, like, what are they fucking doing? There's just... I have no idea how they could have overhead costs that are so exorbitant that, you know, they'd actually genuinely have an issue with cash solvency. Sounds like to me that Jank just buys shit. He probably just has irresponsible spending habits, if I had to guess. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Funny how all of these Muslim countries that cry about Gaza are completely silent now. Right now Syrian Islamist Sunnites are killing non-Muslim Alevites and Christians and Yazidis. I guess murder is only bad when Muslims die. I hope Israel nukes them.
Well, it looks like Israel probably isn't gonna nuke Syria, but yeah. No one cares when it's Muslims killing other Muslims. They only care when Jews kill Muslims because it's just because they hate Jews. Like, that's it. No one fucking cares unless they can call Jews evil, you know, genocidal maniacs. Thanks for the donation, though, broski. M donated $2. Watch at 8:10. Is it true, you asked? I'm gonna assume he's lying about whatever he's saying about me. Let's see.
Right? Oh, Vegan Gaines was crying. Tell him to come over and ask me to unblock him. And I'll unblock the little crybaby. Tell him just come ask nicely. All right.
I never asked him to unblock me. So I mentioned that Jason blocked me when somebody asked if I'd debate Jason, and I said, well, can't really because he blocked me. But yeah, this is just another one of Blaha's stupid lies. He lies constantly about everything. He even lies when the lie has no benefit to him. He'll just make something up for the sake of making shit up. But thanks for the donation, M.
Hey, another scary study keeping us up at night. It's annoying, especially considering that I check under the bed and in the closet every night. Not to mention, I sleep with my favorite stuffed animal to protect me from scary signs. But alas, here we are. There's a new study making the rounds indicating that fasting, and not even severe fasting, but intermittent fasting, leads to hair loss. Or at least that's what the news articles say, like this one, and this one, and this one. You get the picture. So, is there any truth to it? Well, the study is very
Lol donated $2. Let me see. Happy International Women's Day 2 years ago. Today I found out I was pregnant at work. This led me to getting an abortion on April Fool's Day. My job giving me this cake. Does that say happy abortion? That doesn't look like a great cake. Yeah, if I got a cake, I'd want a lot more icing sugar. Fact that I would have a whole ass 8-year-old child walking around ruining my life right now is mind-boggling. Like, people complaining about shit like this. Do you really want this woman to have kids? It's funny, too, because it's mostly Republicans. This does not look like a particularly wealthy woman, and, like, what are the chances that she would need to go on government assistance? So, while complaining about poor people having kids that are going on government assistance and, oh, my tax dollars are being stolen from me, they want people to have more kids that would necessitate more government assistance and thus their tax dollars being stolen. China, thousands of mosques are being torn down as Islam is now considered a mental illness. Time for the rest of the world to follow. Yeah, dude, they need to officially recognize any of these religious beliefs to be a mental illness. So Christianity, Islam, Judaism, what's another one? Hinduism, Sikhism, all that shit. Religion should just be recognized as a mental illness. Because it is. You have to have some sort of cracked reasoning to believe in God. Yeah. Oh, wait. I already watched that one. Watching things like this on a daily basis in 2020 permanently changed how I see the world. What is this? I'm not understanding what this is. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Well, thanks for the donation, lol.
Very much real and hot off the press. And in this study, they did extensive research into the topic, including many mice. But before you breathe a sigh of relief thinking, oh, another mouse study, I'm good.
Prepared to have both Christian and Muslim nut job go after you for saying that VG.
Well, that's just fine. That is just fine. I'm pretty used to it by now. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I did the exact same thing until I get to supplemental figure 7, because the researchers buried a randomized control trial under piles of mouse data. Never thought I'd say that. So how about we skip the mouse work and go straight to the human data? Okay, the researchers split people into 3 groups. One group maintained a normal weight maintenance diet. The second group used a modest 18-hour fast to 6-hour feeding window, but also aimed for a weight maintenance diet. Then the final group was a calorie deficit with no fasting. So we can see the layout of the eating times colored in this chart. Everything in white is the non-eating windows. So the only differences are the eating times, at least that's the assumption.
Hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? You want to come cuddle? Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my goodness, that's my Gum Gum.
So we can verify that by looking at the average intake on the left here and the body weight changes on the right. The orange is the control and the intermittent fasting is the light blue box, the TRD condition.
Trans Bussy donated $2. Let me see.
Hanging with Diddy? I think he's in there with you.
He is. And it's, I don't know, he's been kind.
So what's Diddy like?
Obviously I've only seen one piece of him.
Are you hanging with Diddy? I think.
That is very strange. We live in a very strange timeline.
Dude, can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please. Dude, can a...
I don't get it. Aww. Oh, he just wants to be friends. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, the kitty just wants another kitty friend. That is such a nice kitty. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh. Oh, that kitty understands that the kitten is just scared and he just wants to make sure he feels safe and he's not even whacking back. Oh, that is such a nice cat. Oh, look at that. Oh, now he has a friend. Oh, that is so nice. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Trans Bussy.
I am a 90s kid. My mom used to take me to McDonald's. The Ronald McDonald clown statue always freaked me out. I vividly remember going on the slide and looking over to the side and seeing his creepy smile. Do you have similar experiences, VG?
I never found Ronald McDonald creepy. Yeah, I don't recall ever finding, any of those fast food mascots creepy and weird. Thanks for the donation though, broski.
As we can see, they're on par with the control condition, indicating that they may have been fasting, but they were eating enough during the 6 hours to maintain their weight, unlike the designed calorie restriction diet on the far right, the ERD condition. Okay, so the researchers had participants on each of these diets, but at the beginning of the study, they shaved a section of their scalp and then measured hair regrowth over time. And what did they find? Well, let's look at the hair regrowth. Again, the intermittent fasting condition is in the middle. If there's an asterisk above it, that indicates a statistically significant effect. As we see, there were no differences between the normal diet and the calorie-restricted non-fasting condition. But there was a reduced hair growth in the people using a caloric maintenance intermittent fasting
What
nutrition.
about Barney the dinosaur? Did you find him creepy?
No, I actually liked Barney the dinosaur. I didn't find him creepy. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So the news articles weren't making it up. But is there more to the story? Well, I think so. If we look at different size hairs and the actual density of the hair shafts on the scalp here, we see there are no differences between the groups. So these data indicate that hair regrowth is slower, but the density of the hair is unchanged. So to me, this is just telling me that your hair will grow more slowly, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll lose hair or the number of hairs themselves. Now, there are some additional nuances here. One, the human study lasted something like 2 weeks. No, actually, I think like 11 days. Ultimately, while this does inform on the growth rate, I'd really like to see some long-term data indicating an actual reduction in the thickness of hair. The mice are shaved, but same amount and the exact to look at mice and apply to humans. In addition,
anti-arthritis super supplement.
This is no joke, from the pain and stiffness in the joints across the body to the inflammation that never ceases. Being able to manage it and even improve the majority, if not all, of the symptoms with one supplement would be pretty impressive. And aren't we just in luck, because such a supplement does exist. So let's discuss the science, because there's been at least 30 studies that have looked into this anti-arthritis effect. So we'll go over it briefly, the mechanisms by which it works, and then go into the clinical data detailing all the ways that it improves arthritis, including some details that you've probably never heard before, even if you've watched other content on curcumin. Curcumin is a molecule found inside the turmeric spice, and that's been extensively researched on its benefits. Some that I've covered in the past, but there's been a ton of work in relation to rheumatoid and osteoarthritis. Curcumin works through a number of mechanisms, and I'd like to get into some of the detail in some of these mechanisms in other content because they deserve their own deep dives. But for now, know that curcumin molecule reduces the expression or the production of key inflammation molecules like interleukins, interferons, tumor necrosis factor. Essentially, curcumin stops these molecules from being produced by, if we take a short stroll through your cells, binding a protein complex called
What? How the hell could you possibly love Barney the dinosaur? He does not even kill and eat the kids or his friend's baby Bop Shen RIP like a real Trex would.
Scientifically accurate Barney the dinosaur. He's a T-Rex and ripping flesh is what his arms were used for. Barney had a septic bite, evolutionarily perfected. If you got away, you still would die, cause a bite would get infected. Seriously, kids, get out of there. The hunters are trying to drug him. Why the hell's he in a house and why are you trying to hug him? I hope the state takes you away from your irresponsible parents. Barney's jaws were like a vice, crushing 5,000 pounds per square inch. All I hear are children's screams I'll never forget. Blood-curdling cries as they're torn in half, learning the alphabet.
Well, I don't know if that would make for a good kids show. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Called inhibitor of kappa beta kinase complex. We'll abbreviate it as IKK. Curcumin is able to stop specific proteins that branch off this complex from binding the genes that produce the inflammatory molecules that we just went over. So the interleukins, interferons, and so on. Normally, if these proteins were to peel off and bind these genes would be red, and more of these inflammatory molecules would be produced, leading to a stronger immune response and more pain signals. Obviously, not what we want in arthritis. Curcumin attempts to stop that from happening. But beyond the direct anti-inflammatory effects, it can also inhibit the overactivity of synovial cells.
There, now that's how a real Trex would behave.
Yeah. T-Rexes probably weren't friendly. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Can you STFU about Syria? I don't see any of you speaking up about it. Where were any of you when cops are murdering black people, or Asian being blamed for COVID, or trans being disturbing it against? Where were you? How about pointing out your own hypocrisy first?
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. If you love Syria so much, why don't you go have sex with Syria? Thanks for the donation, Soul Child. Transbussy donated $2. Oh yeah, this was hilarious.
Pick it up again. Come on down. Come on down. Come down. I can't.
Now, do you think that me and you would both fit in that?
I would think so.
Can we test out real quick? What do you think?
Well, we both fit.
Yeah. Care if I get a little closer? I could just like spray it on you and wash your body off.
Yeah.
Well, that was a little... I've never had Chipotle. Yeah, been there, done that. Thanks for the donation, Transbussy.
I really hoped back then the world would become atheist and move past these retarded traditions and religions. But no, nowadays we still have grown-ass men arguing about whose fantasy book has the better story. Fuck this timeline, man.
Yeah, I would have expected religion to die a lot faster than it has, but yeah, it's been taking a hell of a lot longer. Thanks for the donation, broski. How is this game $12? What in the fuck? Is this even the Genesis version? Yeah, I'll just get a emulator for this shit. What in the fuck?
I would still rate to choose the Treks over humans any day of the week, like how some woman would choose the bear over the man.
I mean, it would be pretty cool seeing a T-Rex. So yeah, I'd probably choose the T-Rex too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No, Ronald was pretty creepy.
What happened to Ronald McDonald? It seems like not too long ago, this guy was everywhere, and now we hardly see him. This is the first interpretation of Ronald McDonald, and it was directly inspired
Well, that one's creepy.
by by Bozo the Clown. At the time, clowns were very popular, which is why McDonald's chose one as the face of the company. But over the next few decades, clowns started to lose their popularity as children's entertainment. It was the clownpocalypse of 2016 that really hurt the reputation of Ronald McDonald. The company announced that he would be taking a break from the limelight, although they claim he's still working behind the scenes. As long as they don't bring this guy back, I think we'll be okay. What happened to Ronald?
Thanks for the donation, broski.
In the joints. These cells are responsible for the production of synovial fluid, a necessary component.
Just discovered a better joint called Guac Shop. Never heard of Guac Shop. Don't think I have one near me.
To a healthy joint. However, if they are overactive, they can also contribute to inflammation and pain. Curcumin quiets them from an overactive state to a normally active state. There's also some wildly cool mechanisms curcumin has on bone in osteoarthritis especially, but I'll leave that for dedicated content. Tell me if you're interested, because there's so much more depth here that I'm not mentioning. Let's move on to what you really care about. If you have arthritis. What does curcumin do to your function, your well-being, your joint pain? Well, let's get into that. First, let me introduce the analysis that we'll be leaning on. In this analysis, the researchers pooled 30 randomized controlled trials together into a wonderful meta-analysis. I say it's wonderful because I've seen few meta-analyses that have been performed this well. I usually do some level of secondary inspection by opening some of the individual included studies and make sure that they did certain things correctly. And the researchers did everything really well. First of all, they incorporated many databases to find all the studies that they could. They even included databases that house studies that show no effect in unpublished data. This is important because without this, it biases the entire analysis to find an effect if you don't include the data that indicates no effect. They also used a massive list of keywords to find all the studies that they could. And they even used studies in Chinese as well, which increases the pool of available studies. This was all very well done. Okay, enough babbling about the methodology. Let's discuss the results. First off, they looked at some inflammation metrics like C-reactive protein or CRP. And C-reactive protein is an overall
You want to see something creepy? Just get a look at who they replace as Ron Ladd with as their new mascot. His name is Happy.
Everybody. Ow. Ow. Everybody.
Something about this character makes me think he's gonna, like, literally try to bite my nuts off. He looks like some, like, nut-eating goblin, where he'll, like, sneak up on you and then, like, literally bite your testicles. Yeah, that is creepy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Layman's Seminary $20. Debate Layman's Seminary. Here's the StreamYard link. Well, who the fuck is he?
Ontological change in us. There wasn't really an ontological change to the when Adam and Eve sinned. Now you say, well, they're going to die. Yeah, well, they had that capability in them. By severing the relationship with God, they don't have life.
Fine. Thanks for the donation, dude. Richard's faggot son. I'll look at that after the thing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We have that relationship and all. Okay, let's see. Vegan Gains is here. Glad to see you. Okay, hello. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, thanks.
Have I met you before? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
we may have said stuff in the chat or something, because I think I remember seeing your name, but I don't think I've actually met.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever been in your chat. I wanted...
Well, I'm on Charles's other stuff, so that's where I'm saying where I may have seen you.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about Problem of Evil.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of my big hang-ups with theism in general, not even just particularly Christianity, is there's this belief that in most religions, this probably wasn't originally the case with early Christianity, Judaism, Islam, but it's kind of become the mainstream view, is that God is a benevolent, all-powerful being. And with all-powerful, we can also loop in things like omniscience, omnipresence, because that would just be a logical assumption if a being is all-powerful. So just to keep things simple, benevolent, all-powerful.
Okay.
If God was a benevolent, all-powerful being, I would assume he would have the desire and willingness to effectuate the best possible world on account of him being benevolent. And since he's all-powerful, so he would have the power to imagine the best possible world, understand how to create the best possible world, and have the power to create the best possible world. Now,
Right.
I don't think we're living in the best possible world. I think most people would probably say we're not living in the best possible world. I could think of a number of things that we could probably improve, like, hunger, lots of really horrific crimes, terrible world wars, genocides, so forth. So I see a contradiction here with the view that God is benevolent and all-powerful. Just given the state of the world we're living in, that seems like a logical impossibility.
Okay. And I can understand that, because if you're only looking at this as the way it is, here's the thing. When God originally created, he created very good. It wasn't until Adam and Eve sinned by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which they were given the knowledge, or which the knowledge of, if you eat, you will surely die. So so God did create a very good world. Now, with us falling, where the benevolence that we talk about a lot of times. Now, it depends on who you're talking to also, I will admit. But where I take is that in the early church, they had in their mindset the Christus Victor idea. And part of that was God is wanting to go ahead and restore us and restore the earth back to this area of the best world that can be had, and things like that. Now, so that is a process that is taking place. A lot of that process was, first, Jesus had to come, lived a perfect life, die, was buried, rose again, and therefore he was able to make it possible to remove sin out of the equation, so that, because again, he said he is the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. He takes the sin, moves it away, and now it's all about life, and that's life in him. If you believe in Jesus, you have eternal life. Okay. Now, one of the other things is in Romans 1:4, because of Jesus being resurrected, which is a proof that he was that perfect Lamb of God, and he never should have died to begin with. What happened was he was raised with power. Part of that power, as we learn in Hebrews, and I believe it's Hebrews 2, is to reconcile the whole world unto himself. In other words, he's going to put everything back in order. Now, when we talk about putting back in order, that includes judgment, rewards, placement, things like that. So he's going to deal with all the issues. Now, reconciling everything doesn't mean he's going to make everything absolutely good again. But he's going to put everything in order as to how it should. For those that will reject him, that actually turns into the lake of fire. For earning rewards, that's also dealing with. For all these different things, he's going to put in order. And then after he's done with putting everything in order, he's then going to put it underneath the Father's feet. In other words, gives it to the Father, who is all in all, as in the placement that the Godhead has they placed themselves. So in dealing with this, we do know that there is going to be a bringing back to restoration. So when a lot of times people are talking about benevolence, I think a lot of times they don't really think it through to begin with. But those that do think it through, they will understand how God is a benevolent God. He is a God that wants to show mercy. He is a God that wants to be loving. He's a God that wants to restore us and reconcile us back to himself.
Okay.
That's what we.
I can understand the point of view that it sounds like you're kind of talking about a sense of divine justice. Like, I understand that, like, we have free will, in your ideology. Oh, yeah. And, like, God is trying to restore, like, not only, like, a proper balance of good and bad, but, like, he's also trying to sort things out. Like, those who do bad will get a proper punishment. Those who do good will get a proper reward. Stuff like that. But, like, you mentioned some interesting things. Like, okay, there was this period in which humans rebelled against God after, we ate the apple, and evil and sin was on the earth, and God has taken steps to kind of adjust things and remove us from that sin. So that first step is Jesus coming and sacrificing himself. Now, there would have been many, many generations of humans before Jesus came down. Like, this is before anybody had any understanding of Christ. There were many different religious beliefs, even before Judaism. Like, Judaism was probably something that developed from the Canaanites, and the Canaanites created their cult probably from something else. And there's been this evolution, towards Christianity and, these other faiths like Islam since then. So,
I would
like,
disagree.
So my question is, like, the period before Jesus, how is God managing, like, people's sins and whatnot before Jesus came down? Because, like, you're talking about many generations of humans, like, you're very likely billions of human beings who wouldn't have even had an opportunity to be saved by Jesus Christ. Like, what would happen to them?
Well, the thing that happened is in Genesis 3:15, which was after they sinned, God brought them, dealt with them, dealt with what is the consequences of what they did, which includes us being dying and things like that. He then said, I promise you a seed, and the seed will take care of things. So again, when you follow the idea of seed, you find out that the word seed goes ahead and refers to Christ, which is Jesus. It may go, as I say, because it's easier to sometimes follow as seed, Messiah, Christ. Because seed, and then in basically the second half of the Old Testament, you're more seeing the word Messiah. And then, of course, the Greek is Christ. So that's why I mentioned the three. but you can see the constant working and through that this is Christ himself, and God from the very start dealt with the fact that he was going to reconcile. The other thing
but
is
my question is, like, there would have been many generations of human beings. Like, we're probably talking about number of people in the billions who've died before ever
Right.
getting an opportunity to be saved by Jesus. So
No,
are those
but-
people all going to hell, or is there
No,
some other kind
no.
of divine judgment where they could maybe get salvation later?
No, they were saved back then. Romans chapter 4. Let me get to it. Or no, sorry, Romans 3. Sorry, chapter 3. I think it's like 25. Is it 24? Okay, 25. Again, we read this, but it's a whole section, so let me read it as a section, starting with verse 23. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God hath set forth to be a propitiation, that is a satisfaction through faith in his blood, to declare his righteousness for the remission of sins that are past through the forbearance of God. So you got this word forbearance. And what was happening is forbearance is God was not going to apply the punishment, and he waited until Christ came so that sin can be taken care of, the whole thing, and he can rescue these people and not deal with the fact of so again, they were saved. They were just waiting for Christ to come and to provide the promise of Genesis 3:15 of this rescue that is going to take place, which we usually say is saved.
Right. So just to be clear, I don't know if this is what you mean by this. So let's say before Jesus came, there was a cult of Canaanites, and there's more and more historical information coming out about Canaanites, every few years. So these people were performing like child sacrifices, really disgusting sexual rituals, like really degenerate things.
Yeah, it's already been.
Yeah, that's very, that's clearly sinful. Now, when these people died, so let's say of old age, or maybe in warfare, or, what have you, are their souls in like some kind of purgatory? And then when Jesus came, they have like an opportunity to either accept Jesus or reject him, and then like divine judgment is passed? Like, is that what you're talking about?
No. It's always been this way. In order to be, as in Ephesians 2:8, it says, "For by grace are we saved through faith." That has always been the key of being saved. We faith in the promise of God, and grace comes, and God's grace comes and saves us. That's always been the way. So you take these others. If they did not faith in God, and as we know now, it's specifically in Jesus, because again, progressive revelation, because it wasn't always shown in exactly who, but there was the promise that God said, I would send someone. Okay, so what happened is that has already been set. That was given to the whole world. Again, we know in Romans 1 that creation itself shows there is a God with power. So, but what happens is people reject that by creating idols. So that's where part of the problem, and they go that way. One of the other things of reason for creating Israel was for Israel to be an example to the other nations. And yes, even with Israel constantly in its issues and problems, they were an example to the other nations. In fact, there's many times that, like with the Canaanites and things like that, they were able to go in and conquer Israel, but even in doing that, that created a problem because again, Israel then would be, though under subjection, they would be showing who God is by the way they did their things and all. And so they were constantly being a testimony to the other nations and that of having faith in this God,
Okay,
which is
I
Yahweh.
I think I understand where you're coming from, where even if Jesus didn't come to earth, there was still like an example of some divine being that you should follow. But even if we're like, I mean, humanity existed all across the globe. Like there's still uncontacted tribes people in South America who never would have had an opportunity to have heard about the Canaanites, Israel, the gods that they believed in. So when you're talking about, God supposedly punishing all of humanity for something Adam and Eve did, and their offspring would end up in South America in some uncontacted tribe with who knows what their religious beliefs
God
are.
is not punishing them for what Adam and Eve did. God is punishing people for what we do ourselves. When we go against God, we are the ones that are getting our own wrath of God upon us. That's why I started even with Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God.
Sure, I can understand like taking personal responsibility for your own actions, and it's not like God's fault, but Adam and Eve were living in this kind of perfect paradise, and they had a very direct relationship and communication with God.
Right. And so
when you're
but
talking,
so
when you're talking about like uncontacted tribes people in the Amazonian rainforest, where like we know some of them practice cannibalism. They've gone through like tribal warfare, some pretty nasty stuff. But like there are kids who have grown up in this culture where they've been socialized where this is normal. They don't have that kind of relationship with God that Adam and Eve had.
Right.
And they've kind of been socialized and normalized into a culture where, well, you're just supposed to eat dead people and commit cannibalism. I don't know how you could dole out like a punishment that would be considered fair when there's this requirement that, well, you need to give yourself up to Jesus Christ or at least some sort of God of Israel, when you've had no opportunity to ever do that.
But you did then, because there's been constant things where one where people have sought out when they were in these other things, they realized what they have wasn't working, and they went ahead and they sought out, and as a result of humbling themselves, realizing that these gods that my society is presenting are worthless. And what we're doing, there's problems because we say this is wrong, but we go ahead and we do it anyways, and things like that. Because again, for the Gentiles, their conscience was a key aspect of dealing with them. And what they put as laws over their head, that proved that they were not perfect themselves. And so there has been plenty of things where an individual would go off, meet a person, share, get saved, and they come, and after learning a bit, they come back and they would witness to their tribe and all, and things like that. We also have other things of, because of Israelites, and they were in maybe other countries, other places, and or even if they were servants to these people, they were still being Israelites, and they would be, and when something happened, they tell their master about dealing with God. That was the whole thing, part of with like Pharaoh, with Joseph, Naaman, with a lady servant, where go to Elijah, the prophet of God, and things like that. So it was not where they were just completely left by themselves. It's usually what happens is people look at that and think, oh, they're just left by. No,
That
God had
okay,
put in
I
place.
would push back against that because that's certainly not universally the case.
No,
There's
I'm not saying everything is equal. The one thing that's equal is nature. That's what's equal. And that in itself will condemn people that because they reject there is the God with power. But what happens is that you have all these things that are taking place, and again, it's not equal in this world, this fallen world, but it is out there and it is available.
right, but I mean, if we're going to assume that we have a benevolent God who wants to effectuate the most good, wouldn't
No,
he like even assuming he wants to allow
Yeah.
for free will and rejection of God and or acceptance of God?
See,
Would it not
I'm
make
not.
sense to have like some sort of fairness where, okay, if there's uncontacted tribes people who've never heard of the Israelites, Canaanites, Jesus, none of these Western cultures, they don't even have reading and writing. Some of these uncontacted tribes, like the North Sentinelese, I don't even know if they use fire. And on top of that, when they do get contacted, the British have tried to contact some of these isolated tribes. They literally get wiped out from infectious disease. They're so isolated for so long that even a common cold will kill them.
Yeah, I know.
So it's kind of bizarre to me that you'd say there's a benevolent God
Okay.
that will condemn people to eternal suffering because they don't know of who he is through no fault of their own. And when they do try to find out, like if they contact the British, well, they're going to die of an infectious disease and wipe out their entire like tribe and family and everybody they know. And then none of them will ever have an opportunity to learn about Jesus because their immune systems aren't accustomed to Western diseases, and these Western people are the ones that are supposed to be teaching them about Jesus.
I think the problem is probably the misconception of benevolent God, that he is trying to effectuate the most good. That's not, God is not trying to effectuate the most good.
Okay, then that resolves the contradiction because like the issue I have, unless you have a completely different definition of benevolence, because yeah, if you just say God is all powerful, but he's not benevolent, that resolves the contradiction.
He is benevolent, but benevolent doesn't mean effectuating the most good. It means someone who will put or give out, help, deal with. I think what's happened is within the determinist camp. This is where a lot of the ideas are coming
Well,
from.
I'm not determinist, just
no, I'm saying
yeah.
I'm not determinist. So that's why I reject their idea of benevolence, of getting whatever the most, and their statement would be, is God getting the most glory for himself.
Well, I don't think you necessarily have to have a position where the only way for God to effectuate the most good would be to have determinism. You can certainly believe in free will, and maybe God also has an interest in creating free will while also effectuating the most good. So I don't think you need determinism for that. I'm not a determinist. I am a bit agnostic, but I lean on the side of free will.
Yeah, I'm talking about those in the Christian camp that are determinists, those that claim they're more of a determinism.
Right.
They're the ones that kind of get the benevolent idea of that, but I don't find that in Scripture where that is the actual benevolent.
So why don't you describe benevolence, because I think that's where we're kind of talking past each other. Like, what's benevolence to you?
Benevolence would be again, first of all, I do believe free will or choice. However, that again, our free will is limited, of course, because we're not all powerful. We make decisions, and then that choice is gone because of whatever our choice was, and we can't go back and we can't make it right. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. It just depends things. But benevolence in the way of God is how he offers he gives the offering and things like that, and has made it possible for people to get the gospel, be saved, come back to him. But he's not it's not an enforcing, as determinists might say, in that he chose certain people and then others it's not, things like that. That's where the different understandings lie in between these two camps.
So when you describe benevolence, are you just talking about like the simple idea that he just leaves you to your own devices? He lets you create. Okay, so
no, he's not, because again, he is putting these things out here so that we can be saved. God has always taken the first steps. He's put out the things that are needed. Also, in his benevolence, he is going to reconcile. Like I said, part of benevolence is dealing with his character, and that would also deal with the idea of reconciling all things, bringing all things back in order. That dealing then will also deal with that of his wrath, his justice, his mercy, his and all these different things that his character is about.
So I'm getting the sense that God like has some sense of good where he wants people to be saved, he wants people to live good, righteous lives. But would you expect a benevolent being to respect somebody's free will? So we're not expecting him to like take over everybody's mind and be, the perfect little goody two shoes, but show people the right way so that at the very least they can certainly make their own informed choice, and not be maybe confused over what right and wrong is, or confused over which God to believe in. Like you would expect a benevolent being to do that, right? To put in the best effort to make sure everybody has the most amount of knowledge at their disposal to actually make the right choice. So no, you wouldn't expect that?
Not the most amount of knowledge. Again, he gives knowledge. But here's the other thing is, in the aspect of eating of Adam and Eve eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, what now has happened is they basically knew what was good. They didn't know evil. And upon eating that, now they gained the knowledge of evil. And as even Saint said, you're going to become like God. And they became like God in that of knowing good and evil. So God does know, because it's not, God knows what's evil is, because he has stated what is evil. And he has put down with the morals. And he's clearly done that even better in the way of the Mosaic commandments, the 636 commands, and showing, especially like with the 10 commandments and then all the rest, and setting down a code law of what's right, what's wrong type thing.
Okay, what I'm having trouble like reconciling here is that again, God has like some interest in making sure people have the knowledge of right and wrong so that they can make their own choice. Now, you have a situation here where you are going to have certain people, certain societies, cultures more biased towards making more wrong choices, and that's due to a set of circumstances that are outside of their control. Like, they have absolutely no access to Western literature, like the Bible. Even when they try to access that literature, they're literally going to die of a disease because their tribe is being so isolated. Sorry?
The Bible isn't Western; it's Eastern.
Well, remember, regardless, you have like you have like the United States, the UK, Britain, a lot of Europe that has adopted Christianity, and you have these uncontacted tribes people, in South America. There's the North Sentinelese in India. There's probably some in Africa. Even when they try to contact cultures outside of their tribe, because maybe they do have an interest in this religion, and they do recognize that there's something wrong with their culture, they literally die of a disease because they're so isolated and they haven't adapted, like their immune systems haven't adapted to these new viruses that they're not used to. Like, they die, and if they go back to their culture and try to spread this new word of Jesus Christ, they get wiped out. This actually happened when the Spanish first visited. So I just have a very hard time reconciling the idea that this benevolent God that wants us to make the right choices has created a situation in which there are going to be many cultures and many people who are biased to making the wrong choices, even when they make an effort to not make those wrong choices.
He hasn't created it. That's part of the problem. We're the ones who created this. When Adam and Eve sinned, and us sinning, we're creating this culture and the
not you specifically, but your ancestors have. So
right, that's why I'm saying we as humanity creates this culture, and so you do have now this battle, especially between those that believe and those that do not believe, and in dealing with at least. If you're going to start off with what is the right morals, things like that. But then for Christians or for believers, we are dealing with going that we're not really wanting to see so much of, though we like to have people having good morals and things like that, because again, that helps with society as a whole. But our focus is about sharing the gospel so that people can be saved. And it's
but like going back to the original point, like doesn't it, like when I think of a benevolent being, I think of a benevolent being as a being that wants to create good, has like a sense of fairness. Do you not think that violates that idea of fairness, where not only are you punishing like Adam and Eve for, violating God's commandment, but now you're punishing like their ancestors, their children's children, who are like in an area of the world where through no choice of their own, they have complete and utter inaccess to the Bible or any of these teachings that are related to the Bible, and because of that poor choice from their parents, they're now suffering that consequence through no fault of their own. That doesn't sound like something a benevolent being would do, in my estimation.
Well, again, fairness doesn't mean anything. What is fair then? Okay, a person is speeding down the road. They get pulled over by a police officer. They're being written a ticket. Another person is speeding down the road. They get pulled over. And now they get an escort to the hospital because the wife is pregnant and they don't get a ticket. Is that fair? No. That has nothing to do with fair.
I would say that would be fair if you consider the unique set of circumstances.
See, the word fair is one of those generic words that we throw out there.
Well, there's no specific definition. It is subjective.
Is it just? The answer then is yes. In justice, that is where. So the question is are we dealing with justice here? And the answer is clearly yes, because
I would say no.
Why I would say it's saying yes is, remember, we all started with the promise. The problem is we sin, we reject the promise, And we go ahead and then in creating our societies and stuff like that, we're not telling the promise like we should. This is a part. Now, you do have then the promise being told into these societies at times and things like that. But this is all a part of the consequences of sin. And this was our choice. And our choices do have effects upon our children and the generations that come after us. So
Right,
that's
but like again, assuming a benevolent being would have a sense of justice, do you think it's justice to condemn a child for all of eternity for a choice that their parents made through no fault of their own? That doesn't sound like justice to me.
well, and here's where the problem lies. We can't speak to a lot. We only can take what the Bible actually says on this matter. So a lot of it is speculation. If you're going to take just a rigid thing, then yes, God is just, because again, the child doesn't have life, and not having life, they're not. That is the life, the relational life that you can only have with God. And as a result of them dying, that's going to create for going in there. Now, I hold to the fact, again, since that angels are ministering spirits, if they are in an age of, if you might say, innocence, because of in what they're doing, and they may not be able to they don't have a full cognitive. I believe God says that angels are ministering spirits, so that the ministering spirits come and talk, or however it can communicate, where we can't communicate in a clear way, the gospel message and things like that for that. Now, when it does get to an older part, then that God still may even do more stuff than just the gospel and us, because God does still do miraculous things throughout this life, in doing and stuff. Because God is not like Beth Miller, just out there watching us. He actually is involved, but in his involvement, he is not in a way of constantly interfering in different things like that with our choices. Now, are there times he does? Yes. Has he stated that there are certain things that are going to happen? Yes. But in doing those different things, that may be for certain reasons. Even like with, with the Canaanite, or with the land of Canaan, and dealing with that. One of the things of why Israel were put as slaves under Egypt, and for basically close around 400 years, was to give Canaanites either the chance of bringing to the point of their sin to where it needed to be judged, or they could have repented. They knew. Even Rahab said, we knew that God was going to do something. So they had no excuse in dealing with. And so since they rebelled and would not turn their hearts to the Lord and all, what happened is God then told Israel to go in and destroy everyone. Part of that is also for the fact that he needed them these ones out of the land because of their idolatry, and he knew that idolatry would lead Israel away from God himself.
Sure.
And
so assuming, like, we can assume, I have disagreements with the historicity of the Bible, but assuming that's all true, you could say that for the Canaanites. But what would the explanation be for Christian missionaries going to uncontacted tribes people, unintentionally spreading disease and wiping them all out?
Well, the problem is we really didn't understand disease in that way and stuff. It wasn't. And today we would go in and we would have it available to What we've learned, one of the things we've learned is instead of us, other tribes in that area that we've inoculated things like that, so that they can go in, inoculate.
Well, sure, we've learned from that mistake, but I mean,
Well,
considering
again,
there's a
a
benevolent
lot of
God
this
who
is
wants to spread scripture, how
right, but
how would he allow that to happen?
again, this is the consequences of sin that is out there. That there is going to be death, and that is physical death. As a result.
Even in circumstances where you are doing something God wants you to do, which is spread scripture, he's going to
Yeah.
allow for uncontacted tribes people to be wiped out right before actually learning anything about Christianity.
Can happen, yes. As to, because again, the factor of sin taking place
That
and
yeah,
doing its
that
course.
sounds like it's in complete contradiction to a benevolent God.
Well, again, like I said,
Like he won't even
I believe-
effectuate his own interests.
Well,
it's completely contradictory to what you report to be his own interests. Well, he wants people to be saved. He wants the scripture to be spread. You spread the
Right.
scripture, you annihilate hundreds of people unintentionally through diseases you know nothing about. That
But
sounds
again,
ridiculous
you're
that a benevolent God
you're
would allow
trying-
that.
You're trying to take the idea of benevolence as his primary character, and you can't do that.
So
You're
he's
dealing
not
with a God
omnibenevolent.
of
He's just sort of benevolent.
Well, nowhere in Scripture does it say he's omnibenevolent. In
Okay,
fact,
well-
Scripture doesn't
okay.
even say he's benevolent.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's
then that resolves. Yeah. So then that resolves the contradiction. If God is not all good, then that would.
No,
be, yeah.
he is good. He's all good.
Well, he can't
He-
be. You just said he's not
Yeah, he is.
omnibenevolent.
No, but again, that's the wrong definition of benevolence and saying that he's all. No, the Bible clearly states that from everything God gives, it's a good gift. God is a good God.
Well,
He
you can be
is-
good, but not perfectly good. If God was perfectly good, I don't see how he would permit uncontacted tribespeople who are trying to learn about his message being wiped out by diseases that older generations or ancient peoples knew nothing about and could have done nothing to prevent against. That's not something an all good God would do.
See, and this is where I would have to say faith has to come in, because the scriptures don't give us the complete answer to all that is going on, but the scripture does describe who God is. It does describe that God is a good God. God is a holy God. God is a just God. God is love. You have all these different aspects that the Bible does describe of who God is. Now, what now happens is we don't know how it all works together because the scriptures don't tell us how it works. I don't even know if we'll ever know it in all of eternity.
Well,
if we'll know it.
Well,
we trust that God, that what is being said is true, and we accept the fact that when these things do happen, we know that God is still a good God.
Well, let me ask you this. Would it be more good or less good for Christian missionaries to contact uncontacted tribespeople, teach them about the Bible, and then become Christian? Or would it be more good for them to contact these uncontacted tribespeople and unintentionally kill them all with disease? Like, what's the better option? What would cause more good?
But again, that's not what God is forcing us to do. God is giving us a choice, and that of learning from and dealing with still the factor of sin taking place and how that works out. See, you're dealing with so many different things.
But I'm just asking you a simple question. What would be more good? Uncontacted tribespeople learning about the Bible or getting wiped out by Christian missionaries spreading disease? What would be more good?
Well, the problem is as for believers, we are told to share the gospel. So we would go
which
in and
which
sure.
has resulted in
Yes,
probably
and that,
thousands and thousands of people. Well, actually, no, probably you're talking about millions, because when the Spanish came to South America,
well,
they probably wiped out close to
they
30
weren't
million people.
they were doing it for conquering. They were not doing it for actually sharing the faith.
Well, that might have been true for some of them, but there certainly were Christian missionaries.
Yes,
So
the missionaries, yes. What would normally happen is you would have the missionaries, they'd come in, they'd establish, then unfortunately the state would follow and they would create chaos. That's part of the problem that took place.
But
now,
again, what would cause the most good? Uncontacted tribes people learning about the Bible and adopting the Christian faith, or them dying from Christian missionaries spreading disease? Like, what's more good?
I can't. The problem is we can only do what we're able to do. Back in those days, we didn't have all the medicines and other stuff to help with this. Now that we do, we can start utilizing stuff.
I understand that, but if God has commanded us to spread the message, and then by spreading the message we end up killing thousands of people, is it good to kill thousands of people, or is it good to just let them to their own devices and let them die in hell?
The problem is it's better to go to them to share the gospel so that they have a chance to be saved.
But then they're robbed of that chance because they're eliminated by disease.
Well, again, that deals with the aspect of how diseases work and things like that, and we don't have control over that.
Yes, but presumably God would. So God would prevent people from becoming Christian by spreading disease?
And no, but God doesn't control everything like that. He has, again, laws, orders.
Well, that's not true. He does. If you assume he's all powerful, he absolutely has control over disease. And I mean, how many Christians pray?
Well, but what I'm saying is he does not deal with it in the way of absolute power over everything. He is in control of everything in the way of, but it is through how what little bit we know in Scripture. It talks about all these different ways that God works.
Right, and you would agree with the idea that like prayer can help cure a disease. Like, I'm sure you've heard stories of people with like incurable cancer or some horrible infection. Yes. They prayed and they were healed. So God does intervene.
Chapter 5. Oh yeah, I'm not saying God doesn't intervene.
Why would he not intervene when it comes to, like, he commands people to spread the message, but then when they spread the message, they spread disease and wipe out thousands of people who are about to hear the message. So if he's going to intervene, why wouldn't he intervene there? But he'll intervene in a car crash or intervene when somebody has cancer or something like that.
I can't answer that question. That, again, is a matter of going beyond what God has told us, maybe beyond of what we can fully understand to begin with. And based on Scripture and based on how Scripture presents God, I then trust God that whatever is happening, he knows exactly what he is doing, and God is good.
Like
that's all we can come down. It comes down to faith.
I can understand that sentiment, but unfortunately, I don't have faith. And if you want certain people like me to adopt, your worldview, you can't just tell me to believe for the sake of believing. If there's no rational explanation for any of this, I can't adopt that belief.
There is the rational, but it's based on what God has revealed in his word of who he is. And though we may not be able to clearly connect all of it together, we know that he is this way. And as a result,
that requires the assumption that God is all good. To like, and then from there, you're making the assumption that, okay, even though these things don't make sense to us, clearly this is in, the interest of like a greater good. But again, that's assuming
I can't say if it's greater. That's again our human logic and all going, and we're trying to put on to God. God doesn't say always greater good, this, that. That's part of the problem is lot of stuff gets stated about God when the Bible doesn't speak about it. We don't know if he's looked, and always the greater good supposedly is what he's working for. We know that however he's working and dealing with, he's going to be a good God in however it works out. That's because, again, I look at his, but the reality is there is the consequences of sin, and he deals with consequences of sin. He deals with and allowing those things to happen, allowing for the way our evil nature and all moves and so forth, and lets us go and lets those things happen in dealing with. As to why, I can't answer all of this. I just know that God has set out the boundaries, and there are times he may say, I'm going to shrink the boundary on maybe this country or this culture or whatever, as to they can't, but others or individuals or whatever, they their boundaries are set where is the norm boundaries or something like that, and they can do a lot of evil in those type of things.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of at an impasse. Like we've talked about all these like funny situations in which you know you'd kind of expect God to intervene and allow people to spread the message, but he doesn't. And again, the only rational explanation to this to me is either God is not all good or not all powerful, or he's both not all good, not all powerful. That would be the only thing to me that would seem to resolve the contradiction. And if the only other explanation to that is, well, you just have to have faith that he is all good and all powerful, but you just don't understand what he's doing. Again, if there's no rational explanation for what we're seeing here, I can't take the position that, okay, well, he must be all good, I'll trust you, because there's no reason for me to trust you. This just seems completely illogical, and you don't really have an explanation for it. So, I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
I will admit, I'm not the greatest apologetic person. There are people far better out there that can deal with the explanations a lot better than I can, and things like that. So I admit,
I'm planning on having some more Christian debates. What's his name?
A lot of it is my lack in being able to explain things. I'm not the full philosophical type person.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't expect any single person that I come across to have all the answers and be the best debater, but I am planning on eventually probably debating Inspiring Philosophy, who is supposedly particularly good in this topic. But thanks for the chat. I appreciate it.
I mean, again, I understand, because again, it does come. A lot of things come down to faith. Even in your own philosophy, it comes down to faith, because there's things that you're taking what you're seeing, the truths that are being seen, the facts that are being seen, but then even in that, you're not able to explain everything. So by faith, you're accepting.
Well, sure. I have no idea if I'm a brain in a vat and I'm in some virtual world. There's no way for me to know that, and I am taking based on faith that the world I'm living in is an actual real world, not a virtual world. But that requires fewer assumptions than, okay, I'm living in a real world, and on top of that, I'm living in a real world with God, and this God is benevolent and all powerful. So I have to, if I'm going to use faith in that kind of way, I'm going to use faith in the most simple, concise way that requires as few explanations and as few.
I understand that, because again, the part of the thing is I pretty much started with the understanding that I had, where I got the few things and all, and being saved. From there, I already had the faith in Jesus. because I was saved at a very young age, I was constantly growing and seeing and learning the Bible. As a result, my faith grew in these different areas and things like that. So you're starting at a wider area than even me, and I'll admit that. And so for me, I will have a harder time being able to explain all the different things. I will say that I do think that probably the definitions are where some of that need to be dealt with better. I'm not the greatest for then the definitions also, because it's more on an equating that benevolence is always good idea. I don't equate that as with benevolence, because those that do benevolence there's levels and things like that that deal with it. Maybe there's reasonings and stuff that aren't being told as to why this was given to this one not given, partially this given, or something like that. So there's just a lot of things when you deal with this idea of benevolence. You can't just say the absolute extreme good or what you're thinking is good.
Right, like I've heard this kind of argument from Christian apologists where in order to have free will, you can't have everything be the absolute most good possible. But
right.
the issue there is that sounds like God has an interest besides benevolence, so that wouldn't resolve that would resolve the contradiction that God isn't omnibenevolent, but he is really, really good.
And like I said, he's not omnibenevolent. Nowhere.
Okay. Well, that would resolve the contradiction.
Yeah, the Bible never. First of all, the Bible never really states benevolence. I
would agree. I would agree. I think this concept of omnibenevolence is more of a modern conceptualization of God, and when you look at literature from ancient people, they don't really hold that belief.
And the idea of omni, that's only put on specific things, not on benevolence. So there's a whole lot of, and when we even use the word omni, the problem is that's still more of a Latin philosophy, and I'm even having problems with some of that, because even with this, because what now is happening is I'm looking at some of these things and I'm thinking, and what is happening is especially with the determinist style that these terms came from, what it's doing is it's making God the idols that he said he was not, because they want to make him a static God where there's no interreaction. He's basically been basically frozen by his own decree, and he can't do anything, and he doesn't even do the things in his decree because again he can't do anything himself. That's kind of, so there's this problem, and I'm coming to a place that I think that a lot of this stuff has, when we're talking about some of these things, we have the Western mindset. I'm not saying, I think the Eastern is different, but the Western mindset has been moved to especially in Christianity, we've been moved to a different meaning, and I'm finding that meaning is incorrect. So that's why I'm coming at a different angle than probably a lot of what you've heard from Western, because I'm seeing the Western influence, especially that would be starting with the Roman Catholic Church and all, with Augustine. That influence has really created a lot of problems. And
I wouldn't say your take is unusual. I think you'll see a lot of different perspectives from different Christians, and I think it's kind of split sort of 50-50, where some Christians, I know this is true of like Andrew Wilson, at least I think. Their idea, like, I don't think they really touch the idea of like God being benevolent or omnibenevolent. It's just, this is God's decree and you have to follow it. This idea of there being some objective moral good that God has created and he's trying to effectuate the most moral good. That's not really what he's trying to do. It's just...
Let me put it this way. In Protestantism, And though I don't consider myself Protestant because I'm more in the Baptist, which came after the Reformation, but still I'm a child of it. We got a lot of those things being kind of put on us, being taught and stuff like that as to the way things are. That's what I'm more thinking of, to tell you the truth. I'm now learning, and I'll admit it's only been within maybe the last couple years, I'm starting to realize, and especially this last year, there is a lot more out there and a lot more that I have to deal with. That I've been more, if I may say, I've been indoctrinated, but I have not really did the study, and I'm realizing not everything I used to hold to is the correct understanding.
Sure.
So that's part of the other thing also with me. And so there is I'm in a transition period too. So that's part of what's happening and I'm thinking more Protestant and the mindset of what Protestantism more taught. That's what which again, I see Protestant as Roman Catholic 2.0 in a lot of ways.
Okay.
So that's where I'm getting that connection and some of those things. But I'm not completely, like I said, never was completely Protestant, but at the same time, I'm getting more and more away from being what I won't consider myself Protestant anymore, but I can't consider myself Eastern either. So I'm not sure where I'm at, but that's fine. There's a lot of people who don't know where they're at.
Well, I think the best mindset is to just use your own rational judgment and, try to learn as much as you can and just come to the most accurate conclusion you possibly can and not just have your mind set in any one particular way.
And I'm talking about God. I'm talking about understanding God and things like that. So that's why I'm saying I'm coming to a place where never says omnibenevolent. I'm even dealing with the whole omnis where now I can't go to open theism, but I can go to more of a dynamic understanding because I think God, because again, even taking the word knowledge, there's different levels of knowledge. So what level are we talking about when we talk about knowledge?
Question for you. Since you mentioned like God had this perfect plan for humanity, there's this Garden of Eden.
You mean at the first?
Yeah. Considering, the foods you'd eat in a garden are going to be plants, have you ever actually considered going vegan?
No.
How come?
Well, a couple reasons. You got the second Noahic covenant, which does give us animals to eat. Number two is because of I will admit, when looking at the evidence and all, veganism is horrible for health.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure about it. I know a lot of vegans won't agree with that, but I look at that and I see that because again, it cannot really provide the nutrients. You got to go. If you were back in the old days where you couldn't get everything from all around the world to try to say you getting all this, you could not sustain yourself. That would be the other another thing. Now, I will definitely say the stupid American diet is horrible. And I used to be like 280 pounds. And finally, and I've been now, what is it, over 7 years, or what was it, 49? Is it like 7 years now? Yeah, I think 7 years now in dealing with and in losing and getting actually in better health. But again, I also have issues with my thyroid and diabetes. And the problem is all the carbs that come from vegetables and the different things like that create a huge problem in my body.
Well, Californian Adventist vegetarians, they're actually vegetarian and vegan for religious reasons because
Yes.
they actually think like the Bible and God wants you to not eat
It's about,
animals. They
it's
they
about,
have
it's about
the
sex.
Sorry?
It's about sex. They're trying to cause young men not to have the libido and all that. That meat will, by having meat and stuff.
Well, meat
And,
doesn't increase your libido.
no, I'm talking. It does increase. It does help to increase testosterone.
It
which
does
helps.
not. Actually, vegans have higher testosterone on average. Now, I can actually link you a study on this, but vegans actually tend to have higher testosterone. Now, they also have higher levels of sex hormone binding globulin. So when you look at free androgen levels, it's about the same. But vegans actually tend to have higher total testosterone levels. And I've been vegan for 15 years. I mean, I'm pretty jacked. 18.5-inch arms. I can bench 410 pounds. You can be fit and healthy as a vegan. And again, the Californian Adventist vegetarians, they are the longest living population on the planet. And they also tend to have lower rates of heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Actually, just recently, there was a Harvard study published. They were looking at data from the Harvard Nurses Health Study and the Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. Like, red meat is highly correlated with type 2 diabetes. So a lot of these diseases, like heart disease, diabetes, cancer, they do have a strong association with meat intake.
Yeah. See, the problem is it's the worst type of study that they're using to make those associations, and they're not dealing with what is actually causing the problems of diabetes and things like.
There's
So I reject those type of studies.
Yeah, so there's about a 90% concordance between prospective cohorts and randomized trials. So when people say prospective cohorts are unreliable and you need randomized trials, there's about a 90% concordance with findings. So there clearly isn't, inherent methodological issues where prospective cohorts are completely unreliable. And even with randomized trials, I mean, the evidence is pretty clear. If you move away from animal products and reduce your saturated fat and cholesterol intake and increase your fiber intake, primarily from fruits and vegetables, that clearly has health benefits, clearly reduces instances of heart disease, heart attacks, stroke.
I completely. Now because just to let you know, because you haven't heard me do it, but I am actually carnivore. And I went that because of the stuff I studied and realizing and all that.
So why did God create a garden for Adam and Eve if he intended for us to be carnivores? Why didn't he create a slaughterhouse?
Well, the thing is we're technically were to be, because of how the world was at the time, it didn't have all the problems because of the defenses and stuff like that plants have in themselves, and as a result creating all the problems that it can because of the different defenses that we maintain, like oxalates. That's a big issue for me, which creates kidney stones and other issues.
Have you ever had oxalate kidney stones?
Oh yeah.
Just curious, what were you eating? Were you eating like bowls of raw spinach, or was it just like small things?
Whatever.
Because I actually had a teacher who was my science teacher in, I think, grade 9 or 10. If she ate strawberries specifically, that would trigger kidney stones. But any other food, she was fine. It was only strawberries. So I can understand that there's some people with weird food sensitivities, but that doesn't mean plants, period, are bad for you.
Oh, I'm not saying all plants. I'm not of carnivore religion. I know they make religions out of this. I'm not against people that will decide to go have a mixture or whatever. I will admit, I do hold that vegan is one, because most people cannot last on veganism.
Then how do you explain Californian Adventist vegetarians being the longest living population on the planet? And I mean, again, I've been vegan for 15 years. Like, how am I not dead yet? Why am I so big
I'm
and strong?
But again, that thing is the majority cannot. Most people quit after around 4 to 5 years because of health issues.
No, that's actually not true. You're looking at so I know exactly what you're referencing. You're referencing the Phonolytic survey. They actually found that
I'm referencing a lot of people that have come out themselves.
well, there's only the Phonolytic survey. The Phonolytic survey didn't actually look at who's vegan or not. They only asked simple dietary questions of whether or not they completely abstain from animal products or not. And they found that only, I think it was less than 30% actually said they quit because of health issues. And the majority of the people who quit, I think, within the first 2 years. If you look at after 2 years, majority ended up staying on the diet long term. So the Phonolytic survey didn't even have anything to do with veganism necessarily, and most people who quit the diet didn't even quit due to health issues.
With that survey.
Well, I know you're referencing it because that's where these numbers come from. You might not be aware of the actual survey, but
I'm referencing all the vegans that have come out and said they wore it for so long and they quit because of health reasons.
Then where did you get the majority figure from? Because if this is just anecdotal, there's no way you can have a percentage.
Because again, it's I got that more from the people reading. I guess it was from different studies and all. How most people by 5 years quit. I'm not saying that there aren't those that don't go further and can. I'm not saying that ain't, but that's not
right. But what I'm telling you is that number comes from the Phonolytic survey, and it's not even true. That's just things that random bloggers online have said. And I mean, if you're going to talk about vegans quitting, look at the amount of people who've quit the carnivore diet. You can see post after post after post.
Yeah, and that's the same thing. Why I say, because again, I don't think the carnivore diet is for everyone either. I think men can do better on the carnivore than ladies, and then it also depends on what are the issues that they're having, because again, you can't go directly into carnivore and think, oh, I'm going to be cured. That's part of the problem that these people have. And then also you have to have knowledge about doing these different things of doing the transition. And that's part, and that knowledge, unfortunately, usually comes with the fact of you got to then spend a whole lot of money to get some specialist to help you out in doing all of this, and people can't afford it. So I'm like, then don't do it that way.
Okay, well, the reality is, if you eat a diet that is devoid of fiber and also high in saturated fat and cholesterol, you are increasing your risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. That's extremely clear from the data.
No,
it's not an ideal human diet.
That is, again, the least amount. That's dealing with correlative studies. That's not
all studies are correlative.
No, not all studies
No,
are.
all studies are correlative. That's true of randomized trials. That's true of prospective cohorts.
No, there has been actual studies.
No, they're all correlative. So this is a misunderstanding that a lot of people have. The way you do nutrition science is by finding a correlation. It's just that certain types of research are better at establishing whether or not that correlation is causal. So yeah, with randomized trials, you have better controls over confounding variables, but it's still a correlation. You're looking for a correlation between an exposure and an outcome. And with randomized trials, there's generally just better controls over confounding variables, so you can better establish a causal correlation. But they're all correlative, so that argument is just nonsensical.
Well, again, when you're dealing with actual studies and they're going through and they're just take with the scientific data to say, is this happening or is this not? Not just saying, okay, did you eat whatever you want to eat, or did you eat this and now, person was eating Big Macs and things like that. Oh, and now they have a heart attack. And they
Yeah,
blame
that's
red
not
meat.
how that's not how that research works. And again, there's randomized trials on this. There have been long-term randomized trials on things like fiber intake and its association with diabetes and heart disease. People who consume more fiber and have increased their fiber intake have lower instances of heart disease, diabetes, strokes, and certain forms of cancer like
It
colorectal
has its
cancer.
problems.
So,
Those
sorry?
research things has its problems too.
So what are
The
like please tell me the research indicating the carnivore diet is ideal at least for certain people. There's none. So
No,
if you're going to say,
there
well,
actually is.
like, are you
There,
basing
there,
this off of Facebook posts? Like, oh, I saw
no,
Paul
there
Saladino, or
there was a double, or there was a one of the star things where a person, two people did things. One was in the 1800s and in showing of dealing with. The next one was actually in a
you're
mental.
talking about, I think his name is Volnir Stefansson. I know the paper you're talking about. He was an Arctic explorer, and he had an
No,
interest
this
in.
is after him. This is before him. He's another one that in
Yeah,
showing.
you're
for
talking about you're talking about the little study that occurred with Volnir
Right, I
Stefansson and one of his
understand.
colleagues. Volnir Stefansson had
No,
severe
no.
constipation. Yeah, so
I'm
he did this carnivore diet experiment. He had severe constipation. His constipation was so severe they had to shove a tube up his rectum and squirt oil so that he could actually pass stools properly. He tried to modify the fat intake in his diet to try to alleviate diarrhea, and he found that higher fat intake would prevent constipation, but he still had frequent constipation. They had him take a glucose tolerance test, and it showed that he was actually becoming diabetic from the diet. And his colleague had to drop out of the study early. I think it was 3 months in because he was having severe health issues. So that first carnivore diet study you're talking about, it only involved
But
two
that
people.
wasn't
One
the
of them had
first.
severe constipation and was becoming diabetic, and one of them literally couldn't even follow the diet because it was so miserable for him. Like, that's your best evidence to support the carnivore diet? So all this
Like I
prospective
said, I'm
cohort
not.
data,
I'm
randomized
not.
trial data is junk, but two dudes in the 19th century went on a carnivore diet and had
Yeah,
constipation and were
I can't
diabetic, and
remember
that's why you're
all
carnivore?
the dates. There was one in the 1800s. There was another one that was done as a result of actually in a mental institute. Never and with doing that showed in that of then there was another one that was done in another guy or the guy that was who was it what's his name that created the cholesterol heart theory and
You're talking about Ansel Keys?
yeah, Ansel Keys. There was another guy.
Ansel Keys promoted a Mediterranean diet, and he told people to reduce saturated fat and red meat intake.
Okay, but what I'm getting at is there was another guy that actually did, and it was his son that inherited his papers, and someone went in and they went ahead and did a full study on that using his papers, where did and of course the problem is in today, at least in the United States and certain countries, you can't do this type of research. You have to go into other countries now because of how people behave and stuff, and we're thinking you're
So I think you're talking about the 7-country study by Ansel
no,
Keys.
no, that's been proven wrong completely.
No, well, first of all,
Yeah,
it
it has.
hasn't. But
Yeah, it has.
so
Blue things. Yeah, it's been proven.
So the
incorrect.
research in support of a carnivore diet is 2 dudes went on a carnivore diet and were constipated and diabetic. The other research was some random dude in a mental institute. And that's
No,
the support for the carnivore diet. But
he did.
all of the
He did.
prospective cohorts and randomized trials on things like fiber, vegetable intake, oh, well, that's all junk. You think there's more evidence supporting a carnivore diet
Well, the
than a
guy
plant-based diet?
Yes, because I don't hold because again, there's no everything on the that deals with the plant base is all the very least way of study. It's not a clear scientific study, and so
What's the best study supporting a carnivore diet? Just name the best one.
The best one would have been the doctor that actually did it in the on the mental in the mental institution, where he went ahead in and he regulated everything with them in eating this way, and then the stats did everything of that time of looking at
When
all
was
these
this?
things. I believe this was it in the 40s or 50s? Again, it's been so long since I
One
looked at.
study from the 1940s or 50s where a
there
doctor
hasn't
gave a mentally ill person a carnivore diet, that proves a carnivore diet
The-
doesn't
the only
cause
one-
heart disease, doesn't increase risk of diabetes, doesn't increase risk of cancer, because one guy
and that's
ate a carnivore
not
diet in a
long-term.
mental hospital.
That's more long-term stuff. He wasn't able to do it real long-term, and no one has done it real long-term.
So,
study.
right,
Number
but
two
all of these long-term prospective cohorts and randomized trials show benefits for increasing fiber intake and reducing saturated fat and cholesterol intake. That
No.
is that there is no that is indisputable. And you think a carnivore diet is helpful?
That's the thing. I don't hold
not
it's
only for mental health, but for like cardiovascular health, metabolic health, and preventing cancer. Because one guy in a mental hospital ate a carnivore diet.
No. Again, you didn't listen to what I said. But anyways, the other thing is the one that has actually been doing the most study and has the most actual scientific and doing all the making sure of everything is all the studies lately that have been on the keto diet. They're the ones that are getting the ability to do the studies on eating, and they have been showing a lot of things. Now, again, no study has been done long enough to really show.
So you're talking about prospective cohorts again.
But there are, no, I'm not talking about perspective.
Yeah, there's a few randomized trials with weight loss, but again,
No,
that's
no,
the
I'm not
same
talking
study
weight
design
loss.
as what I was talking about.
I'm not talking weight loss. I'm talking about vitals, checking the cholesterol. I mean, they're doing all the.
Yeah, so if you look at meta-analyses on ketogenic diets, they generally don't actually lower cholesterol. If anything, there's a trend upwards where they increase cholesterol.
That's because we don't hold to the theory that that cholesterol is bad.
Well, it is. People with higher elevated serum cholesterol have higher instances of heart disease and heart attack,
those
stroke.
that have died from what from the study after they're dead, the people who have the lower cholesterol are dying earlier than the ones that have more cholesterol.
No, okay, so first of all,
that's the latest.
So first of all, you're violating your own epistemic standards. You just told me that type of data is worthless. Secondly, if you look at randomized trials on cholesterol lowering,
I'm talking about the lowest study, which most
what you just mentioned
is done with.
Yeah, what you just mentioned. You have no epistemic
questions.
standards.
You write it down. You rely on a person's memory if they did it or not. And that's then they correlate by that way.
Yeah, so if you look at meta-analyses that look at the absolute magnitude of exposure of the vasculature to LDL and its association with heart disease, the absolute magnitude of the of exposure of the vasculature to LDL, there's an increased risk of coronary artery disease and stroke. So this is why there's cholesterol-lowering medications. There's things like statins, PCSK9 inhibitors. That's why they give them, because they undoubtedly lower heart disease risk and heart attack instance. Yeah, they do.
Actually,
they do.
If you look at how they make those things, the only time they actually may have they might actually work is after a person had a heart attack. Before.
They prevent heart attacks, and they also and after you have a heart attack, they also protect against future heart attacks.
And what they're trying to bring out in their studies, but when it came out, and actually it's showing that no, and then how they manipulate their data to show this that it can lower 50% or whatever, Lipitor and all that other stuff. Nope, doesn't do it.
Well, Lipitor doesn't cause 50% lowering, so you're making that up.
Well, I'm just putting out whatever the number was and how they advertised.
Well, that wasn't the number. They
because
never
it was
that.
Because at the most it may have lowered 1%.
Yeah, so I don't think Lipitor is a particularly aggressive statin, and if I'm remembering correctly, I think it generally lowers cholesterol by 15%, not 50.
It's Crestor and all the others. It's just
and more aggressive cholesterol lowering reduces coronary artery disease instances and lowers the possibility of a future heart attack.
There's no actual proof of that. That's just assumption.
No, you're just denying it. You can say that all you want, but like, here's my advice to you, dude. Listen to your doctor.
No way. No way.
Okay, well, look.
Well, let me say it.
God,
I do.
Here.
I do. My
God
doctor
has sent me here to tell you.
Well.
God has sent me here to tell you that in your future, you have two paths to go on. You can either choose the path of veganism or the path of carnivore. And if you choose the path of carnivore, you are going to have a heart attack.
And vegans have heart attacks too.
Well, they do, and they can minimize their heart attack risk by lowering their cholesterol, and they may benefit from taking statin or cholesterol lowering medications.
My actual doctor that deals with all my thing, she's fine with me being a carnivore. She understands what is all going on, and she says I'm on the right path.
Well, so I would recommend to get a new doctor because she has no clue what she's talking about. You know what? God, according to you, God says warnings. He intervenes in people's lives, hopefully for the better. And I'm telling you, if you eat this kind of diet, you're increasing your risk of heart disease.
The problem is I can't do a vegan diet. I can't do it.
Oh, you absolutely can. You just haven't decided to commit to it.
I cannot do a vegan diet. My body will not allow me to do it because of all the problems it gives to my body. When I gave up vegetables that I actually became I actually had better health. Well, the issues I haven't had a kidney stone for in this case it's 6.5 because I had that one last oxalate dumping 6 months later after I started carnivore.
There's no such thing as oxalate dumping. That's just a health thing.
No, it's true.
Well, here's my advice to you. Steam or boil your broccoli before you eat it, and I can guarantee you if you eat more broccoli, you're going to be healthier. But I think we're at an impasse. I'm
definitely at an impasse.
Yeah, I'm giving you fair warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. But
I had a doctor say, go ahead and die then. So I'm willing to die then. But I haven't done it yet. And he was saying I'm going to die immediately or whatever. And I have not. So again, I'm not dealing with this fear mongering.
Okay, well, best of luck to you, dude. Don't say I didn't warn you, but we all make our own choices.
I understand. Thank you for showing up. Being a part of the program. Did enjoy the conversation, though I know the problem, I will admit, when it comes to the whole thing, I don't keep track of all the data and stuff, so I'm not a good person to really go through. I do know about stuff out there. I just can't do anything specifically because I don't keep it in my mind because I got too many other things I deal with. So I will admit, I don't, that's my biggest issue is I can't bring up all the studies, the different things, getting all the right words, stuff like that. So
sure. Well, thanks for the chat. Take care.
Have a good one.
You too. Okay.
Didn't Jesus need to die in order for salvation to begin within the first place?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Richard's faggot son, donate $2. Agree or disagree?
Sure, Mia Khalifa. Alright guys, I know you love these videos, let's analyze it. Abella Danger. It's not even close to me. Look, Mia Khalifa, couple season hit wonder, 3-4 big videos at max. Listen, her small span in the industry, in the game is GOAT status, honestly. Unbelievable. The stats, the views, the performance, the fans, the notability. It's off the charts with her small span. But let's be honest, longevity is a huge factor when it comes to this industry, when it comes to these actresses. And Abella Danger has that. I mean, look, when you go and you look at just consistency, video after video after video, you know, performance after performance after performance, working with big names such as Johnny Sins. That's where Bella Danger just takes the edge for me. Look, you can compare the attributes of both actresses as much as you like. I think Mia Khalifa has maybe a couple more strengths, but the truth is how are you entertaining your fans and how consistently can you do it for? Let's be real, Mia Khalifa has turned into a nuisance. Mia Khalifa, of all people, is giving out marriage advice and dating advice, and look, just stop. You're known for one thing, you made money for one thing, it's time to either go back to that one thing or disappear from the internet, how most people do, and she hasn't. And that's
Yeah, I'd agree with that for the most part. I think Mia Khalifa is super overrated, and she's a disgusting anti-Semite. Oh, little rat. Oh, I love rats. I hope they're not abusing that rat, and that rat just enjoys surfing. Oh, rats are so sweet. I love rats. Look at that little rat. Was this guy planning on committing suicide? What the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Richard's faggot son.
I just wanted to introduce myself to the audience. You know what I'm saying, nigga. I'm Jasmine's new black vegan boyfriend. I be hearing Richard be talking all that smack about my BBG online, nigga. You ain't gon' talk no mo SHI about my BBG like that, nigga.
That's good. Wait. Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Yard.
VG, you must stop this. Stop. Ooplul poo poo pp 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Well, we did stop. Thanks for the donation, Adam and Steve. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh, man. They're such fucking retards. You're a Nazi. No, I want less government. Nazis wanted more government, kind of like you. What an idiot. Maybe US is just inherently evil, I don't know. UN vote to make food a right. Yeah. The only 3 presidents in 50 years to reduce the deficit. Well, I don't know what they actually mean by this. Bill Clinton didn't reduce the deficit. He didn't increase it. They did increase it, but they had lower deficit spending compared to previous administrations. But yeah, Democrats are much better at economic planning, like with only one exception, really. Yeesh.
Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year. When you create your tax returns, they give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color.
We're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. They don't, government agencies.
They don't.
No,
Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every
parts
private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate on, are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think
government agencies aren't funded by the government.
The whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes. DEIA forces them as an agency to say, if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that.
part
I love
of
me a
society.
buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay,
Because
pause.
you feel like you have to. You're pressured to.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get
All
tax
right.
cuts.
What a retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
I just think he. Right. Well, he. Well, he. His pronouns are he, him. Now, are you going to respect that, or is this they, them going to turn you into a were, was? I just think she.
That was pretty cringe.
I don't understand. Why are you being so mean? Yeah.
That is really cringy. Kidnapping an activist and jailing him in the middle of the night is a brazen act of authoritarianism, punishing dissent by revoking legal status. He was committing a crime, and he's supporting Hamas. I mean, it's like, yeah, rare Trump W. It's too bad she's retreated, right?
While we continue to boycott Starbucks, McDonald's, Burger King, and many more institutions that are funding genocide, which have been incredibly effective as a collective
Oh, jeez. Yeah, she is retarded.
effort, Palestinian food and culture are still at the risk of being erased due to widespread propaganda. Making this vegan makluba the national dish of Palestine during this time of
That looks like horseshit. It literally looks like spaghetti cake with just a bunch of random shit on it. Bro, if this is why you want to save Palestinian culture, well, yeah, fuck that. How about we just eat pizza?
using a blend of 7 spice and whole spice or tofu. Saute them, roasted eggplant. Cook this for a gesture of solidarity. If you can,
Yeah, how about no? That doesn't look great. That's an L. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Whoa. That duck really loves his peas. I love ducks. Ducks are good. Ah, fuck.
Take a card, I give a spin. Turns into Bin Laden. Pew, 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 pew. And I'm proud to be an American.
That wasn't funny. The only time when police brutality is based. Let me see. Yeah, that'd be fun to have an excuse to beat these people up, being a cop. These Palestinian protesters are just AIDS. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Inflammation metric released by your liver. It rises in response to body inflammation. If you have higher CRP levels, your bodily inflammation is generally heightened. Here's that data. I'm going to walk you through how to read this, but if you're already familiar or you just don't care, then skip to this timestamp. On the left side are the study names, and then all the numbers in the middle are the CRP values extracted from each study. From the curcumin condition in each study, called the experimental, and from the non-curcumin consuming group, called the control. Now, I won't go over the mean, the standard deviation, and all that jazz. I have a course that explains all that if you're interested in learning how to analyze studies for yourself. However, to the right of the numbers, we see green boxes and a black diamond. Those are the graphical representation of the numbers. Much easier to read. See the line above 0? That's the mark for no detected effect of curcumin. If the individual green boxes, which represent the study results, move to the left, it indicates an effect of curcumin. And if they move to the right, it means there's a likely worse effect with curcumin. Finally, you'll note the risk of bias on the very right. This is another analysis that researchers are often required to do. It's a standardized system where they report the risk of bias across a number of measurements of potential bias. Generally, the more green that you see, the lower the potential bias. However, you'll rarely ever see all green because in analyses of these sizes, you'll inevitably include some studies that have a higher risk of bias, and some risk is unavoidable. There's more to say on this topic, but we've got some results to get to, and I'd like to acknowledge one more thing that the researchers did really well. Again, skip to this timestamp if you really don't care. I can't help myself. I just like highlighting great work, especially since I'm often so critical. So notice that this Amal-Raj study shows up twice, and so does the Jacob study. They show up twice because they had two separate intervention groups, meaning two different groups were given curcumin. Instead of choosing one group and ignoring the other, researchers are allowed to add both groups to the analysis as long as they follow certain rules. One, the groups have to be distinct. So you can't say the same group of participants in that study were exposed to two different concentrations of curcumin, just at different times.
What the hell's going on here, Gum Gum? Oh my god. Is that your stuffed toy? Oh my goodness.
Those are dependent groups because it's the same group of people, just at two different times.
Did you see Apostate Prophet new video and community post? No. Which community post?
Go check.
I don't know what community post you're talking about. Muslim teacher says Muslims must control the West in 50 years.
Muslims living in Britain and Muslims living in Canada, Muslims living in Australia, Muslims living in the Muslim lands. Where is your vision for the next 50 years? We can have a global vision.
Gramps donated $2. Do you think that Christian YouTuber watches carnivore YouTubers? Oh yeah, absolutely. Can you tell where he was getting his talking points from? Paul Saldino, Gramps is still yapping about
share the truths about God's word. They may not have everything in order. They may not be great speakers, stuff like that. I'm not talking about all that. I'm just saying they have the doctrine down and they can share it. Babes do not have that. So when it's talking about teachers, they can at least, if it's just on a one-on-one case for these type of, they can share what the truth is. At least what the problem is they should have already been teachers. Now, possibility. I can say it is a possible true definition, but I haven't quite come to
Yeah, he was definitely watching Paul Saladino. Like the plant toxins thing, that's definitely a Paul Saladino, horseshit. Oh my goodness. Gum Gum. You guys see Gum Gum playing in the back? Oh my goodness, Gum Gum. There he goes. Oh my goodness. Oh,
These
Dodo-
Muslims are so evil.
Yeah, they are. I don't know why anybody wants their cultural enrichment. I have no clue why that matters so much. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me see.
What Trump said about this.
But are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big.
Of course you hesitate.
Oh, I'm gonna fix the economy. Oh, we're all gonna be rich. Is a recession coming? Yeah, probably.
Who knows? All I know is this. We're going to take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we're going to become so rich, you're not going to know where to spend all that money. I'm telling you, you just watch.
He's not sure if a recession is coming, but we're all going to make more money and be rich. Does he not understand what a recession is? Like, just, holy fuck, dude. You can't get any dumber. Just watch this Elon Musk impression. I like it because they make him look extra retarded. Well, it's Saturday Night Live. Can't watch it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight Donate $2. Think he was referring to this post where Apostate Prophet looks like he's converting to Christianity. Well, wasn't this the guy who got stabbed? Is that why he was doing it? Or, for 10 years, I was an atheist and agnostic. 2 years being searching. Today, I'm being accepted as a catechumen in the Orthodox Church on my way to becoming a baptized Christian. Is he being serious? I think he was hanging around David Wood too much. You know, this sort of thing has become less surprising. The type of person who would be Muslim in the first place would also be the type of person who, would be retarded enough to become Christian, so... I don't know if he's joking, but...
Hi everybody and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. The apostate left Christianity and was an atheist for the longest time. I was a Christian. I have a Muslim background. I have not welcome smiles from... Now, since I'm not a baptized member of the church...
Oh, he's serious. Yeah, so he's a retard. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Religion of Peace donated $2. Let me see.
No.
What do they do?
My dad's an edger.
Oh, what's he edged over?
I guess he's more of a joker, really.
Oh, joker.
Yeah, just like yours too.
What about your mother? What does she do?
I don't know, she did OnlyFans when I was a baby.
So no gooners in the family. Well, you just gotta watch the greats then. Someone like Ava Chris Tyson. You know I'm Moggy, right? Because unlike you, I actually look smacks. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me, Neiman. The key is to just goon Max. Don't worry about the edgers, Neiman. Don't worry about the other guys who are joking. You're here for only one good reason. It's because you're a total gooner. Am I right, Peeman?
Yeah.
That's a good boy. But you forgot to say something. Say it. Don't be shy. I know you have it in you.
I'm a total gooner.
Cool.
That is really weird.
Unfalse Natural 32G. Yes. Mia Malkova Fake 34E. Yes. Lana Rhodes Fake 34D. Yes. Okay. Skybree Natural 32D. Dang it, 34. Mia Khalifa Fake 34E. Yes. Riley Reed, real 32B. Yes. Okay. Violet Myers, fake 34F. Yes, dude, I'm so good at this. I'm the best in the freaking world. No one's gonna beat me.
Oh yeah, the rats with the radio control cars. You know, I would adopt rats, but they don't live long. They only live for like 2 years on average. It's really sad. You know, you make such a strong connection with these animals and they're only with you for 2 years. It would just suck. Like you have this like friend that, you know, drives cars and stuff and then like they just die in 2 years. I fucking love rats though. Rats are so cool. Look at that rat. Oh my goodness, she got his treat. Yeah, rats love driving cars. It's so cute. Thanks for the donation, Religion of Peace.
Don't mean to insult another vegan, but that vegan propalitard looks like she made that dish up with whatever she had in her pantry, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like that. If that's traditional Palestinian cuisine, then at least in terms of food, we wouldn't be missing much if Palestinian culture were to be erased. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
All the names from A.
It's SNL. It's not funny. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
However, in this case, although they're accurate if they're on the edge between statistically significant or not. Anyway, I'll stop with the statistics, at least for the most part. Let's rejoin the 99% that skipped to the timestamp. So, based on these data on CRP levels, the black diamond, which corresponds to the average value across all the studies combined, curcumin...
Oh yeah, Gummy is way smarter than Trump.
...does reduce the inflammatory marker CRP. This is confirmed statistically as well. This is an antibody that binds to our own tissues and identifies it as other or not of self, which FC region and create a complex or arms of 2 studies. For that, we'll rely on the DAS, the better. Looking at those data, we again see curcumin provides benefit, again confirmed statistically. Now, I do wish they did do further analysis by picking out the least risk of bias studies and seeing if curcumin, but that doesn't mean it's a pure comparison. That could be a drug, it could be another supplement, and so on. I mean that if we want to get a real sense of curcumin's effects, we need to look at curcumin versus something like a placebo, a true non-curcumin comparison, not another active ingredient. Fortunately, the researchers split the controls apart and isolated the studies only comparing against placebo, and here are the results. The top comparison is against placebo only, and we're looking at that WOMAC measure that I mentioned earlier, a measure of pain. Overall, it seems curcumin again confirms in a more pure comparison that it is effective against arthritis pain. However, if you ease your eyes down a bit, they also compare against conventional pain medication called NSAIDs. To be fair, there's only one study, but it's a very low risk of bias study, and there's no advantage of curcumin in that comparison. However, is that a bad thing? Likely not. It should be interpreted that curcumin is not more effective, but is as effective as conventional pain relief medication. So that's not bad at all. Another important point here to look at is the effect sizes, as in, sure, there's an effect, but how big is the effect? Is it worth my while? The answer is a bit surprising. For example, that DA...
Let's see. Gramps donated $2. Why was that grandpa acting like fiber's going to kill him? Why didn't you ask him what disease he had that would cause fiber to kill him? I think he said he just gets kidney stones or something. It's really stupid. Think he might have been mentally ill while he's Christian. Do you feel bad that you went hard on him? You should mentor him. No, I never feel bad for going hard on somebody. And I didn't even really go that hard on him. So, thanks for the donation though, Gramps. Do you believe vegan / cruelty-free items, toothpaste, laundry detergent, disinfectant that are not food are slightly more expensive than non-vegan items, or is it similar? Kinda, it just entirely depends, dude. Like, there's more expensive laundry detergents, there's cheaper ones. It entirely depends. It's pretty much entirely down to just purchasing choice.
AS28 test that we looked at earlier showed a 1.06 point reduction compared to all controls. But what is the scale of the DAS28? Is it a 2-point scale or is it a 50-point scale? It turns out it's a 10-point scale. So it's about a 10% improvement with curcumin. Not bad, but not earth-shattering. That said, what happens when we look at the pure comparison? There, the effect is again relatively mild, although it does seem to improve.
Fun fact, did you know that Palestinians invented falafels? And then Israel tried to steal and culturally appropriate them as their own made of culture? Because apparently Israel don't have their own cultural cuisine lol. Fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
There's actually no evidence whatsoever that Palestinians invented falafels, and it may have never been invented by Palestinians or Israelis. It likely actually originated from Syria. So that's just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf.
Improve across multiple different types of problems like swelling, pain, stiffness, and so on. However, on metrics of inflammation, curcumin has some pretty fantastic effects. For example, the rheumatoid factor is reduced by around 50 points, which would completely shift a person from one whole category of disease to another, from, let's say, severe to moderate.
Just finished watching the Your Frank reaction vid. I have the following questions. 1. How does Frank get the money to buy this stuff? 2. Was that equipment checked? 3. Looks like the food handling is worse. Also, one can now rent egg hens.
You've been able to rent egg hens for a while. That's not a new thing. I have no idea how Frank affords to pay for some of this horseshit he gets. Shit, man, my sense of time is fucked. Yeah, I don't, like, he keeps saying he's broke. He was trying to finance a new car and then he realized he didn't have enough money for it. Like, but then he buys kitchen equipment that costs like 5, 10, 15 grand. So I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think he probably has like irrational, irresponsible spending. And whenever he has money, he just spends it. And he probably never checked to see the equipment worked before, because there's been quite a lot of things that he's bought where he was complaining it doesn't work. And I mean, wouldn't surprise me if, yeah, the food handling at his business got worse. Thanks for the donation, James.
Can we watch this instead?
He's been pretty honest. I got it all recorded.
Okay.
Man admits to having sex with his dog. I guess we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
The shingles vaccine Shingrix is not vegan because it contains gelatin, a stabilizer derived from animal collagen. This presents an ethical challenge for vegans seeking to avoid animal products in medications. Do you advocate that people take it still?
Yes. The reason being is if you don't take the vaccine, you're likely going to have to take other medication that's going to require animal testing. And also probably as animal-derived derivatives. So I would still advocate people take the vaccine. Thanks for the donation, Shingles. I don't even know if that's true. Usually when people say there's... Dude, has an entire week gone by? What in the fuck? My sense of time is just fucked right now. Thanks for the donation, those Shingles. Just give me a second. Yeah, never mind. I'll figure it out later. Dodo donate $2. I don't think Netanyahu is a good leader. They're making no efforts to build a good relationship with the new Syrian government, even though they share a clear enemy, Iran. Well...
Sprited or E in a nutshell.
Yeah, Spirited Away sucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The Syrian government is led by, like, former, what is it, either ISIS or Al-Qaeda terrorists, so there may be a reason why they don't have a good relationship with the Syrian government. And he's just going along with all of Trump's bullshit. He wants Russia in Syria. I think the reason he wants a Russian presence in Syria is because of Turkey. That's what I heard. That may not be the case. He may be kind of capitulating to Trump because he wants U.S. aid, and Trump is the one that wants a Russian presence in Syria because because Trump is Kreznov, and he has been communicating with Putin to make sure Russia still has control in Syria. So that may be what's actually going on. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Straight Facts donated $2. Old, but this might be the most factual statement of all time. Holy shit.
Hey, yo, Dontavius.
Yeah. What's today's quote of the day? You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Straight Facts.
Lol. Big deals. Israeli scientists invented 3D printed salmon. Can't wait to hear from someone stupid enough to say Palestinians invented that.
Yeah, that would be hard for them to take credit for. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Everything from start to finish. The girl he was going to meet was 13, but hopefully he doesn't get his phone. There's child porn all over again.
Hey, don't go outside. Don't go outside. Come here. That's fine. Don't go outside.
Most people who are accused of horrible, disgusting crimes like meeting an underage girl to sexually assault them or even doing sexual acts to an animal, they typically deny, but not this guy.
Okay, so you believe that she was 13, 14? Yeah. Okay, do you believe at any point in time that's a necessary thing? A right thing? Okay.
Unnecessary?
Like a right thing to be doing?
No, it wasn't.
How old are you?
53.
53? Do you know which, is that one of your dogs? Yeah. Okay. Is that dog here? Okay.
I'm Elizabeth Milner for Law and Crime. Now, this is one of the grossest cases I've covered here. Not only did this man admit to police his awful, disgusting plan to meet up with this girl and the videos he sent to her, but some of those videos he sent was him doing sexual acts to his dog.
He has the video. He admitted it 100%, so it's not something like he's denying what he did to you. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, as weird as it is, can you clarify, is there a point of you see what type of dog it was?
It's his dog, man. It's his dog, and he said he does it once a year, but it's on his phone in there, which I hope she's not getting because she went back in there.
This shocking case unfolded last summer, and the details, I can't stress enough, are pretty gross. On August 17th, Clovis PD in New Mexico got a call from the Colorado Pet Patrol. And yes, their organization is exactly how it sounds. They hope to catch child predators. The organization reported to police that 54-year-old Timothy Harper was contacting a 13-year-old girl named Molly. Now, usually we don't name victims of child sex crimes, but this is different, mainly because Molly isn't real. Molly was a fake account on Facebook, and Timothy fell for the trap. But what he sent to the so-called Molly was sickening. Police went out to Timothy's home the same day they were called. And who else was there? The Colorado Pet Patrol.
What's going on?
Sir, he's just admitted that he has child porn on his phone.
Okay.
And he has pictures of him having sex with his dog. I'm Tommy with Colorado Pet Patrol.
Cool. I'm also
Colorado to talk to him. He's been pretty honest. I got it all recorded.
Okay.
Everything from start to finish. The girl he was going to meet was 13, but hopefully he doesn't get his phone. There's child porn all over again.
Hey, don't go outside. Don't go outside. Come here. That's fine. Don't go outside.
If you didn't catch that last bit or thought you heard incorrectly, yeah, Timothy admitted to sending photos of himself having sex with at least one of his dogs.
Jesus. Palestinian inventions, donatillers. Here's a definitive list of everything Palestine has contributed to the world. That looks like it may be a copy of some other machine gun. Inspired and named after the Swedish Carl Gustav. Yeah, that's right. Reconnaissance unmanned aerial vehicle. Is this a Palestinian Jew that named it? Aerospace engineer, originally from SFAX. So that's in Tunisia. How is this a Palestinian invention? Artillery rocket, rocket launcher, homemade rocket, anti-armor missile.
Can you put the video on 1.25 speed? It sounds like shit on 1.5.
I think it sounds fine on 1.5. Maybe I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Another rocket. Oh, yes, Keffia. Okay, they invented a cloth. Muskan. Something that is reheated. Also known as muhammar. Palestinian dish composed of roast chicken baked with onions, pine nuts, served over taboon bread. They invented eating chicken with bread. Gross cheese. A gross soup. Bunch of weapons. Oh, okay. They invented carpets. Qassam rockets, these pieces of shit. Kiza? Black seed paste. More carpets. And a Yasin RPG. So it's basically mostly shitty weapons and carpets that they invented. Alright, thanks for the donation, Palestinian Inventions. Wandering Mason's Fat Cock donated $2. Why did they do that? That's not very smart. Oh my god. He literally had shrapnel in his face. Why?
Yeah, let me just get some tomatoes. Some more tomatoes. Just put a little more tomato on there, man. Yeah, let me just get some tomatoes.
Why do they even do that? Oh, is that gonna go right in his face? I don't think anybody should have given him a drone. I think my, yeah, the thing fucked up my audio. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason's Fat Cock. Woman versus Palestine, donate $2. I still think the Palestinians are better inventors than women. List of inventions, discoveries by women. Antiviral drug, treatment of herpes. Malaria treatment. Rheumatoid arthritis. These things seem like good things. So, no, I think women are better inventors than Palestinians specifically. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What's your name? Tim. Scroll there. Okay. I'm also your menace. Alright. So, I'm not very fond of what's going on here. Okay. Got a little brief in our subject. Okay. He's kind of advised me. You want to narrate what's going on right now?
Yeah, I was going to meet a underage girl today, and I've been talking to her.
I'm sorry. You haven't talked to her?
No, I don't know her.
Okay. So, as far as what you have,
We have everything from start to finish. There's a couple phone calls.
I don't know what you're going
Sent us pictures of him and little kids.
But I'll be right back.
He knows we're 13.
I gotta get my check.
We're supposed to meet at the park right down the road. I have all that information for you as well.
Fun fact, Spirited Away is also one of Doug Walker's F40 movies and has even said the scene where they are sitting on the train doing nothing is one of HID's all-time movie scenes at the 14.24 mark.
Hey, that's not the NC outfit. Number 7. The Train from Spirited Away. A lot of you know this scene. For many, it's one of their...
Yeah, this guy's an idiot. He has terrible taste in movies. Spirited Away was just awful. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He just admitted he has probably 80 to 100 pictures of minors.
Yeah. Okay. You don't lock the door.
no, just stay right there. He's fine. He's not leaving yet.
Everything red. But we have a lot of phone calls where he sent a picture of him having sex with his dog, animated it, said he only does it once a year, and only to the one dog. He's not. The other ones are males.
Okay.
This is your book. I have this for you as well.
Got you.
But you can, if you want to go slower, you want me to show you a couple.
I'll go through it. I'm just waiting for the other officer.
You got it.
As far as it goes,
That's yours.
Do you believe it's ethical to get cleaning from a dentist considering they're unlikely to use vegan, cruelty-free products? Dental cleanings are mostly just them using tools to scrape away plaque, and then they'll give you like some fluoride rinse. I don't think there's an issue there.
That's just my notes. Cool. And like I said, he admitted that phone has upwards of 100.
And how long has this been going on?
They've been talking for, I'll get it to you exactly. I think they've been talking, how long, like a month or so? Yeah. Not even that long. I think it's actually like, it's been a little over, maybe 8 or 10 days, something like that. When we send you the link over, it'll be time-stamped, everything. I see you got access. Oh, it's not accent, but something close, I'm sure.
Okay.
Says he's had sex with multiple 13-year-olds, but he says now that's a lie.
As you can see from this really gross and disturbing story, it's so important to know who you're surrounding yourself with. That's where our sponsor, Truthfinder, comes in. It's one of the information about almost the and what was supposed to be a 13-year-old girl. For most of it, he just stood silent while shirtless on the front patio.
For right now, okay, I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay? Just so I can ask you any questions that could possibly self-incriminate you, okay? You always have the right to remain silent, all right? I'm going to read off the card just to make it easier so you know I'm not forging, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. You basically know what's kind of going on here, right? All right, brother. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before answering any questions. To have a lawyer with you during any questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one would be provided to you at zero to no cost. Okay. You can decide any time that exercise these rights and not answer my statements. Okay. Does any of those not clear or anything like that? Do they not make sense to you? Okay. So you understand each and every right so far. I haven't told you. Okay. All right. So are you okay to talk to me and everything as far as going to questioning? Yeah. Okay. So okay. You bluntly know that it's a fake 13-year-old girl, right? Okay. You understand that things that you're saying on there are self-incriminating on through the book, right?
It's my book what's not even true.
Okay. So why is it that you're trying to meet up with a 13-year-old girl?
I wasn't even going to meet up with her. I said I was going to.
So I haven't got for the most of the book, okay? Because more likely I'm going to give it to the detective and it's going to go from there, okay? But for certain things, as far as I'm seeing, is that there's exclusive things that shouldn't be said to what you believe is a 13-year-old girl at the moment because you're acknowledging it through those messages, okay? Is that truth? You're acknowledging that was a 13-year-old girl at the time when you were texting?
I thought she was a little older, but somewhere 13, 14.
Okay, so you believe that she was 13, 14?
Yeah.
Okay, do you believe at any point in time that's a necessary thing? A right thing? Okay.
Unnecessary?
Like a right thing to be doing?
No, it wasn't.
How old are you?
53.
53? Okay.
We didn't get to see the full extent of what was in the binder, but when Officer Jimenez called the case in, presumably to his supervisor, we learned a lot more.
I asked him questions if he acknowledges everything in this book, and he said yes. He basically is sexing a girl, 13 years of age. Basically, it's going to be a 13-year-old girl that they're using as a cover, showing that basically sending penis pics, everything like that, going as far as sending messages, actually, I guess, having sexual intercourse with one of the dogs out here, one of his dogs that he supposedly does yearly. And that's so far as going now. That's why I'm letting you know in advance that we may need.
Yeah, for the most part, I'd agree with Avi that organic is not vegan. For the most part, anyway.
Yeah, the detective over here, as far as going there.
Correct,
basically just the debate.
Correct,
okay.
yes. Yep.
And as far as it goes there, he's a registered sex offender as far as we just ran him. Here in New Mexico, we don't really have those like laws where we can just charge someone today as far as that we can get a warrant if the DAs believe it's possible in there. Okay. We basically, you said the binders for us to use. Correct. As far as there. Is there a video that we're able to obtain that
everything, yeah.
prior from y'all having this conversation?
Yep.
And
give
basically
us an email or
cool. I can give you that before we leave.
So even that he's admitting that he's got it on his phone right now and he had sex with his dog last night? Like, we have the video of that.
Of him?
Yeah, it's him.
Are you able to show it? I mean, as bad as it is, I don't want to look at it, but is it there?
Absolutely, and you can ask him. He has the video. He admitted it 100%. So he said he does it once a year, but it's on his phone in there, which I hope she's not getting because she went back in there. But yep, it's his dog. It's hard, man.
It is. So I know.
Just be ready. It's hard. I have that right here.
Okay. I have enough to
interview.
Richard, let's do a role play. I'll act first, then you give your response. Oh, Richard, you are still so young. Don't say you'll never have kids. I had them at 35, you'll want them one day. Never say never. We'll change as you age, I promise. Kids are great.
No. I like rats. Rats are good. I'd love to have rats. I also like cats. Cats are good. But I have no interest in kids. I'd rather have rats and cats. Rats and cats are much better than children. And also motorcycles. I am definitely planning on getting a BMW 1300 GS triple black. This bike. I will have that, but not a child. And of course the Ariel Atom. So I think I'd rather have rats, cats, a BMW 1300 GS, and an Ariel Atom. But no children. Absolutely not. Thanks for the donation, annoying prick.
Once a year dog sex? Bro, that's novice shit. How could he hold out that long? Imagine having that shiny red rocket right there and never doing anything. Dude is a saint. If anything, the police should apologize and hand over his gun as a gift. Bless him.
I'm of the opinion that if there is video of somebody having sex with a dog, you should be able to just shoot them. Same if you see them having sex with a kid. I think you should be able to shoot dog fuckers and child fuckers. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
So, he told me we do have enough for enticement.
Yeah, so it's not his first time being accused of something so heinous. Timothy Harper was previously arrested and convicted for sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl. He was required to register as a sex offender. Turns out he didn't.
It's more likely going to happen today, okay?
Agreed, VG. Who needs kids anyway? They are overrated.
Well, children don't have 150 horsepower. They also don't have 350 horsepower like in the Ariel Atom. So yeah, children are certainly inferior to motor vehicles, and they're also inferior to cats and rats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can't take it in. All right, you've been advised of Miranda, right? And you are still able to talk to us, and you're okay talking to me? Okay. So, you failed to register as a sex offender since 2010.
I don't have to register for New Mexico.
You're still listed as a sex offender. You have it registered here in our county.
Well, thank you for that. And as far as why I'm watching this, somebody requested that I watch this. Thanks for the donation. Why are you watching this? Sex donated $2. Let me see. That is such fucking horseshit. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? I'm not kidding. Go over there, pull out Adrian's cock, and blow him.
Get up.
Sex is just a spectrum, right, bro? Blow A train.
I think I've seen this before.
Stay up till around 3 a.m. playing the game, and then I go to bed. My girlfriend wakes up around 5 a.m., and then she leaves for work around 6 a.m. She comes back to work around 10 a.m. for her lunch, and she usually makes me breakfast on her lunch, but today she brought me McDonald's, so I wasn't complaining. And then after this, she had to go back to work. Now I just ate my breakfast, and then I decided to play the game for a little bit. I forgot my girlfriend asked me to sweep the patio before she got home, so I had to make sure to get that done real quick. Then I took our dog on a walk around the block real quick, and then I got home and decided to relax and watch some TV. My girlfriend usually comes home around 2:30, and today she had a surprise for me when she got home.
Guess what? I got you a Red Bull. Really? So you can stay up all night playing a game. Thanks, babe. I think I got. You did? Like you wanted me to. You did? Want to see? Yeah. Wow, it looks good. Really? Yeah, good job, man. I'm hungry. You're hungry? You order pizza? You want pizza? Okay. Domino's? Domino's? What kind? Pepperoni bacon. Oh, the pizza's here. Can you go get it? Just catch it in my purse.
This guy is such a fucking loser. Well, thanks for the donation, Sex. Racist, donate $2. If you were a cop, would you arrest a mom for stealing food?
I honestly think that Hitler was a good guy based upon my own research, not my public education indoctrination. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy I'd go fishing with.
I don't even want to be around anymore.
Well, that's cracked. Would I arrest a mom for stealing food? Yeah, fuck that bitch.
With people, you know what the Jews was doing?
There's food stamps and shit for a reason. There's no reason to steal food.
With people, you know what the Jews was doing? They was charging interest.
What the fuck is wrong with you, brother? We got to talk about this.
And this is the first time I've shown my face since I said it. I honestly think that Hitler was a good guy. First things first.
Is this guy a UFC fighter? Who the hell is he? Yeah. Was he cut from the UFC?
I said word for word, I do not support. I am not a Nazi. I said was a good guy, and then I said before he committed all the atrocities. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy I'd go fishing with. But they didn't play the whole podcast. I did say he was a good guy, but I was saying before he committed all the atrocities.
But you don't know him. We're not going to give you a platform today to talk about anything that even remotely supports that. And matter of fact, we're not even going to give you a platform to explain yourself on that.
I literally said in my podcast I don't support.
Yeah.
And I'm not a Nazi. Before he did all of that stuff.
Well, brain damage is a hell of a drug. Thanks for the donation, Racist.
That's it.
They told me I didn't have to.
Who told you that?
I've been here 6 years.
I got you.
And they told me when I first come back here, I didn't have to.
Did they release you from that?
Yes.
Conditions?
Yes.
Who released you? Because if it's under Texas, then that's Texas who has to
I'm
do
not under
us.
Texas.
That's where you're showing you've been registered out of.
Oh, he was a detective. He carried.
Racist donate $2. Look at him trying to play the Jesus card now, saying that Jesus said if they hated you, they hated me first, lol.
And last thing I had, I just want to ask Bryce Mitchell quickly. Bryce, this has been a tough couple of months, I would say. Obviously, we're not used to hearing boos for you. There's been some controversy, I guess. At your first public appearance, I just want to ask how important it is for you to be back to what you do best, and maybe with an open mic, is there anything that you want to address to the crowd today?
And Jesus said, hey, remember, if the world hates you, they hate Christ. And then serve it, Christ master. Hey!
What a dumbass. Like, that's beyond brain damage. He had to have been stupid to begin with. Thanks for the donation, racist.
So are you
I nickel-plated, huh?
Were you registered as a sex offender in Texas?
I was,
You were
when I lived in Texas.
And that was how long ago?
6 years ago.
And
who told you that you didn't have to register in
I'm trying to think of his name.
Was it somebody in Texas that told you that?
Or somebody here in South.
Sadie, N-word, donated $2. Let me see. Keith and Kevin, a.k.a. Hodge twins, once known for their conservative comedy, have taken a puzzling anti-Semitic turn since October 7th. Someone paying them, praising Ian Carroll after he defended Hamas massacre and blamed 9/11 Jews. Hosting Dan Bilzerian pushing vile conspiracy theories about Jews, mocking Jewish people, encouraging provocation with Happy Easter and Christ is King, admitting to listening to Hitler's speeches, wishing America had a leader like him. Yeah, that was fucked. Claiming Jews Jewified the Bible, ignoring the fact that the Bible was written by, about, and for the Jewish people, and that Jesus himself was Jewish. Platforming white supremacists and anti-Semites like David Duke, Nick Fuentes, yeah. It's all a grift. These people just do it for money. Hitler didn't hate the Slavs. He absolutely did. Hitler didn't hate the Slavs, says the dork trying to market a less racist variant of NS to his brownoid/Muslim followers. Here are a few quotes directly from Mein Kampf proving Hitler absolutely hated Slavs and viewed them as inferior and deserving of being conquered. All alliances should have been envisioned and judged only from the standpoint if new territory were to be acquired in Europe, it should be mainly at Russia's expense, but when we speak of new land and soil in Europe today, we must principally think of Russia and its subject border states. Organization of the Russian state structured was not a result of Russian Slavic political ability, but rather was a marvelous example of the state-building capacity. Their Germanic element amidst an inferior race. Yeah, he thought Slavic culture was being run by Jews and shit, and again, that's why he hated communists and Russians and everything. Yeah, these people are just fucking retarded. Yeah, people are hating on JD Vance. It's nice to see. Can't make this shit up. Feminists are all obese whales. Yeah, most of them are whales. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Who fucks dogs? No offense to the dogs out there, but they stink. They don't shower like us. They breath stank. Imagine trying to come and getting wafts of meaty breath and dirt. I guess their long tongues and throats go far, but yeah, shoot dog fuckers.
I don't understand it either. Thanks for the donation, ew. Ban Wait and Alice. $20. Can you ban Wait and Alice in chat? He was calling the crowd virtue signalers for booing that Nazi. I don't know what he meant by that. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Never mind, can we skip the rest of this and get to the Alex Rosen interview?
Yeah, okay, fine. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Baby's blood. I mean, it's so common for people to be into infants and toddlers. 3 of them have said they have received child porn as young as 5 years old.
On the scale of, these guys don't consider anything in the metaphysical realm, to these are interdimensional demons worshiping Satan, where do your marks fall?
Well,
Have a seat over there. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined today by the head of Predator Poachers, and that would be Alex Rosen. Alex, thank you for coming on the
Nice
show.
to meet you.
You are the new Chris Hansen.
Yes, some may call me that. Some may call me that, yes.
So I remember 15 years ago, or whenever that show, 20 years ago, whenever that show was on, Chris Hansen would come in and get some pedophiles to show up to some house that he thought was a 10-year-old girl's house, and they'd have all sorts of disgusting, terrible things. And then he would walk out and say, why don't you have a seat right over there? And they'd say, I don't know, I didn't do nothing. I wasn't going to do anything with these handcuffs and guns and stuff. And then they would get arrested. Your approach is much less on the nose than that. And so as a result, just from the videos that I've seen from your channel, you get a little bit deeper into the conversation with these predators.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a little bit different than Chris Hansen in the way that we go to predators' houses a lot. Like just yesterday in Georgia, we confronted a person who was out on bond for child porn charges, and we caught him with child porn again as he's facing trial already. And we just showed up at his house with no messages, no nothing. We just had a phone number associated with an app that we know to be child porn related. And we talked to him for like 2 hours, and he admitted after he got out of jail to looking at stuff as young as infants and all that type again. And he hinted at also trading it again. So I think he could get a very long time in prison, considering there's going to be 2 sets of charges on him in less than a year. But yeah, that's what we do. I'd say we kind of defer more in a way because we also travel the country. Anywhere doing this at this point, we have an arrest in 44 different states, convictions in 30, and there's no corner of the country we won't go to go get somebody arrested if that's preying on children.
So what got you into this?
Well, I'm 23 years old now. I know I look older, but, you know.
Holy fuck, what? Oh my god. He looks older than me. Dude, I'm 11 years... No, well, I guess he'd be... This is a year ago. He's 10 years older than me. Or, sorry, younger than me, and he looks 10 years older. What the fuck?
You look more mature.
Right, I look more mature. Thank you. But, you know, seeing a, predator's genitalia might age you a little bit, and having a bald dad too. But, 19 years old, I've always wanted to be a police officer. I couldn't do that in Houston, Texas, where I'm from. At 19, you got to be 21 to graduate the academy. At least that's what it was a couple years ago. I don't know now. And after my first year of college, I was playing college football, and well, by playing, I mean sitting on the bench, but I was on the team, so I like to tell people that. I'll tell my kids that I was just playing and stuff. But
that's how I played Little League.
Absolutely. And, I had like a schedule 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. every night, like very disciplined. And when we had summer break, like 3 weeks off from doing anything, I just let it all go. And I started getting into these predator catching videos online, like Anxiety War, Justin Payne, and Chris Hansen. And I was like, well, is it really this many pedophiles around? Because I didn't know any pedos growing up, which is great. But like, I was like, is it really like this bad? Because I'm seeing like all these video after video. Like these people have hundreds of videos to their names already. Like this is crazy. So I got curious because I've always wanted to catch the bad guys. I'm like, let's see, I'm gonna give this a try. And I made a fake profile of a 15-year-old boy on Grindr, and within 30 minutes, somebody wanted to meet up for sex. And it didn't really take long for me to realize that this is the biggest problem that no one really talks about.
Was the profile just a picture of a young-looking boy, or did it say, I'm 15 years old?
Well, I mean, it was just a picture of my little brother, like his face. And the profile didn't say I'm 15 years old, but like I immediately told him I was 15. Like I figured that's how you do it, and that didn't stop really anybody.
Wow. So did you pursue that sting, or did you say, okay, this is weird, this is crazy, I want to meet up with a 15-year-old boy, what am I going to do next?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was very nervous about any confrontation. Like at that time, like I was never really nervous, like in general, to talk to people.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Just left Ukraine. What I saw proved to me we can't give up on the Ukrainian people. Everyone wants this war to end, but any agreement has to protect Ukraine's security and can't be given away to Putin. You are a traitor. Oh boy. Ukraine stood with us, with the US when it launched wars in the Middle East. Trump pays them back by banning them to Russia and extorting them for minerals. Yeah.
NATO with the United States. Ukrainian troops have also fought alongside American and British soldiers in Iraq as part of a coalition of the willing. In 2021, a year before Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine sent its special forces to Afghanistan to rescue Afghan translators working for Canadian media and the Canadian military. Ukraine has been there for the West when it mattered. We hope the West will continue to be there for us.
Yeah. My friend and his family were attacked by some random lunatic while driving his Tesla Cybertruck by Bryant Park. New York is a hellhole. Only spiteful mutants choose to live there. I can understand the hate for Tesla, but I'm not going to condone randomly attacking Tesla drivers. Russia recycles same old stories.
Think about pre-bunking, because when you look at Russia, their narratives have been pretty much the same if you go back decades. Most of you probably know that Finland was invaded by Soviet Union in 1939. They shelled their own troops in Mainila. They did false flag attack. They blamed the fascist government of Finland. They started a shadow government of Finnish officials. What their narrative was that Finnish people are being held hostage by this fascist government, and this fascist government needs to go. So does it sound familiar?
Oh, okay, okay.
This is the exact same story that they're now doing in Ukraine. They are very good at adopting new technologies, but they are not very good at coming up with new stories. They recycle these old stories.
Very good point. Thanks for the donation, say the N-word.
People, but just confronting a complete stranger who's a pedophile, I was like, oh my God, how's this going to go? So he met up in a Whataburger parking lot, and I brought my friend Jordan to come, and the first bus was just us getting his license plate and just saying, yeah, we got you, then just running back into my car. And obviously it's changed a little bit since then, so.
But this was the first one. This was the very first one.
Yeah.
Wow, so you've just been totally committed from the beginning. Are you afraid of breaking any laws? I don't know what the laws are in private sting operations, but especially if you have a liberal DA or something, I could see, you know, we got a political order now that always takes the side of the criminal over the good guys. So could you get in trouble?
There's always that possibility, but you know, at this point, I just tell myself, like, we've gotten how many arrests at this point that we're just going to go gung ho with it, and whatever happens, happens. But we do take a lot of precautions to not get in trouble. Like, for example, we never let them know they're being held there, like, or they're not being held there, but we never tell them, like, you cannot leave.
Yeah.
We never tell them, like, if you do this, we're going to call the cops, or if you do this, I'm going to tell your family. No type of blackmail or anything. Like, we just make the conversation as consensual as possible. And yeah, there's not really much people can say about how we do the interviews. And then as for chatting with the predators, like we never make them into the predator. Like I tell my decoys, I mean, at this point, they're experts on this stuff, I think. I'm chatting with them. But I told them, like, hey, there's no reason for you to want sex with the predator. Like, no reason for you to say to the 11-year-old girl, yeah, come over, blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, all these people that we get online, it doesn't really take much to make them a pedophile. They will just be a pedophile because they are a pedophile. So
the idea with the decoys is you just play it straight and let the pedos keep moving the ball down the field.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, that's what we do. We pose as minors online. Once we think we have enough evidence on a person that we think they've committed child sex crimes, we go confront them on camera. We hope to get some admissions out of them. Usually that seems to work, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
So how many stings have you done?
Oh my gosh. I think close to 600 over the years.
Whoa. Are you involved?
That Ukrainian piece of shit was lying. The Quisling regime, led by Vidkun Quisling, was the Nazi puppet government in German-occupied Norway during World War II. Norway was decisively fascist during World War II. You can see this on Wikipedia.
He was talking about Finland. So I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. Thanks for the donation, though, Nazi Norway.
Involved personally in all of them, or is it? Wow. How long have you been doing this?
4 years.
Do you ever go to the movies or something? Do you ever have a day off?
Well, I don't take off days. I love to work. So luckily, I think catching predators is the funnest thing somebody can do. So it really works out well for me that, like, it's my job, but it doesn't really feel like a job. Like, it's a really fulfilling thing to do. And knowing the difference we've made in people's lives, both families of the predators, kids of the predators, their victims and all that stuff, it's really fulfilling. And, you know.
In a way, even for the predators, right? Because these are obviously very, very sick people.
Yeah.
And it would be bad for them. It's bad for everybody, but it's bad for them as well if they commit these crimes. It's bad for their souls, and it's bad eventually when they get caught. And maybe they would have done something much worse than whatever it is that you caught them about to try to do.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things we like to say in the interviews is like basically give them the route of confessing, like, oh, I would have had sex with the girl if she was okay with it. You know, we're talking about an 11-year-old girl here.
Yeah.
But if they have the thing of consent in their head, they'll be like, oh yeah, I'll admit to that because, you know, I was going to do it if she was okay with it. But, you know, we've had stings where we pose as pedos ourselves. Like a guy that I'm about to bring up, David Dunn in Midlothian, Virginia. We were posing as a fake pedophile online, and he either messaged me or I messaged him. When we know they're pedos, we can kind of just throw, like, if we're posing as like another pedo, it doesn't really matter who messages first because we usually get them on child porn and stuff like that. But he messaged me saying, like, hey, you know, do you want to trade? And obviously we can't trade child porn or receive any of that because, you know, we're private citizens. We're not like some special people or anything. But, you know, he was under the impression that I had a 9-year-old daughter. That's where my looks are actually a good thing for one. Not around women, but like, yeah, actually a good thing for once. Like for pedos, because they think that
a little older.
Yeah, they think that I'm mature enough to have a 9-year-old daughter. And so I actually video called this guy as myself. And he was telling me like, oh, I'm watching child porn at work. And you can watch this video on Rumble. Just type in Predator Post on Rumble. It's there. That video's there. He's like, oh yeah, I'm watching child porn at work. Oh yeah. He's like, oh, so you got a daughter? Oh, I can't wait to be with her. Stuff like that. And it just goes to show you, they're not sorry about anything. It was really a new perspective for me even because they're so masked off behind the scenes. Like these people are sick and they take pleasure in what they do. They don't regret it.
So how many of these people are just porn-addled, you know, just their brains have been melted. Like they're watching they're watching extremely illegal material at work, like they want to get caught. How many of them are just that? They're so...
Dead Donate Tiller's Dead is in chat posting hot takes about animal suffering. Can you either ban him or debate him? He said he's willing to debate Discord. Dead. Human-made animal suffering is worse than wild animal suffering. I mean, in some circumstances it is. I don't necessarily agree with that take that man-made animal suffering is worse. It's worse in some circumstances. It's less bad in others. It entirely depends. What's this update for control? That looks like a huge update. Is there no how in the hell is that like a 40 gig update?
So far down some fantasy in the virtual realm versus people who have a daughter and are filming things and producing and distributing this kind of pornography?
Well, with David Dunn, it was kind of both. Since he doesn't talk to his daughters anymore, which is a reason we'll get to here in a couple minutes, his only outlet is child porn. So we ended up confronting him a few weeks later. He ended up blocking us because we didn't jump on and have to trade child porn with him because, we tried to get around it. Like, oh, I'm real, I'll trade with you after we meet.
I'm trying to download the pictures.
He just wouldn't buy our excuse.
He knew. He could smell a sting a mile away.
Yes, absolutely. So we confront him anyway at his home, and I tell him, like, hey, man, I was the guy you were talking to. And he's like, oh, crap. And he ends up confessing to thousands of images of child porn on his laptop, his phone. And the cops seized his devices that day. The next day, he got arrested. And, in that interview, he admits to molesting 10 different kids when he was like, probably around my age, like he was like 18, I'm not 18, 19, but when he was around like 18, 19, 20 in a trailer park, he said he had sex with like 10, 11-year-old kids, like all around the trailer park. And then he wouldn't fully admit to molesting his daughters, but he's like, he gave the answer, I can't control what I do in my sleep. And then, after he gets arrested, a few weeks later, his daughter gets in touch with me. And, she obviously told the real story about what happened with him, and it wasn't pretty, so.
Whoa. Because I guess in my mind, with the Chris Hansen guys, like in that old show, I assumed it was just a bunch of losers, like the biggest losers you've ever seen in your life. I almost felt bad for them in a way. I mean, you don't feel bad because they're going to commit a crime. So, they show up there and you think, all right, well, you get what you get, man. Mm-hmm. But I guess in that show, you never really hear of them actually doing anything other than, sending all these awful messages to kids online. Mm-hmm. But what you're uncovering is people like not just doing online things, which is bad enough, an actual crime and actually leads to victims in the real world, but like tangible evil acts of sexual exploitation.
Yeah, we like to leave no doubt in the videos. Like my coach in high school always used to say, like when you finish something, leave no doubt. And with a video like David Dunn, no, it wasn't some lonely guy who hit up a 15-year-old. This was a guy going after a 9-year-old girl who admits to all these victims. Like we like to show these people are not just losers. Yeah, of course they're losers, but they're not just that. We like to show that these people are serial child molesters or serial porn not just porn addicts, but child porn addicts or serial pedophiles. And I think our videos, or at least the intent of them, is to leave no doubt that these people getting exposed and arrested deserve the rest of their life, if not death in prison.
So what is the full profile? Is there variety among these guys? Are there different types? Is there just one type? Is it? You say they're all addicted to porn, obviously. Mm-hmm. Is it the porn that's the driver? Are they born this way? Is it so?
No, I wouldn't say vegans have an ethical obligation. Oh, do vegans have an ethical obligation not to donate to charities that aren't related to the well-being of animals or about other vegans? I'd say you probably have an obligation not to donate to charities that, say, hand out like food for the homeless that includes animal products. So if like an aid organization is buying like cans of Spam, red meat, chicken or something like that, then yeah, you'd have an obligation not to donate to a charity like that. But if it's a charity that helps people, but it's vegan friendly, like they don't abuse animals, then there's nothing wrong with donating to a charity like that.
Some combination?
Well, I don't know how much we agree on what I'm about to say or not, but I think it's similar to like being gay, to where I do think some people are born gay, but I also think people are molested as kids, and then that gets nurtured. But I think that genetic thing has to be there. So I think it's the same with pedophilia. Everybody that's a pedophile has to kind of be born that way, because we have people, survivors that watch our channel, and the last thing they would do is touch a kid, men and women alike. They're like, this is disgusting. I hate these people. Like they would never touch a kid.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of these people that we catch have been abused. So I think they have to have that gene in them, but maybe abuse when their kids nurtures that gene. And there's a lot of people that we get that just have never been touched as kids, and they're like, no, nothing happened to me. I had a good family, and I'm just like this. Like for example, the guy in Georgia we caught yesterday.
But is it the case that many or most of them were abused as kids themselves?
Like 50-50. Not
50-50 is pretty big, though.
Yeah.
I don't think 50% of the general population was
Right.
sexually abused, thank God.
Right.
So that's interesting. I actually hadn't considered that. So disproportionately, this is a compounding problem.
But I still think it's genetic though, because say if they're abused by a family member, well, I think it just runs in that family that people are like that. I mean, we've caught people who and their relatives reach out to us, and they're like, that whole side of the family does that to their kids, and it really is a very deep cycle. And I think it's mostly genetic, and I think people are just born effed up.
Now, they famously have never found the gay gene.
Right.
So my own musings on the subject are, I guess this is like a non-answer, but it kind of makes you sound smart and open-minded. I just assume there's some combination for all of these sexual proclivities, and all proclivities for that matter. I assume there's maybe some predisposition from early childhood or from birth, and then some social factors can happen.
Yes.
You know, like a straight guy goes to prison, and then, you know, all of a sudden he's a gay guy. I don't know, that's kind of, wouldn't seem genetic to me.
True.
And it wouldn't be that he was...
They were probably gay before, they just never really explored that side of their sexuality.
Abused as a kid. Maybe it's just some other. So I guess I'm just trying to hone in on the profile of these guys. If they're just born that way.
Does the winter affect your mental health? It certainly did before. Like, I really hate the cold, and yeah, I'd probably be a bit more cheery and do more stuff outside, you know, once it gets warmer, but I don't think it really affects my mental health much anymore. I've decided that this winter in the Southern Hemisphere will be the first that won't send me into depression. All right, well, good. What do you say about a sanctuary that buys cow's milk for rescued baby calves? Do you consider that immoral? Not exactly sure. Like, you could make the argument that the amount of, like, the rights violation taking place is negated by the benefit of helping the rescued animals. But you could take another stance that no amount of rights violations justifies helping, you know, rescued animals. So I'm not sure.
Is it hopeless for them? And likewise, if they're born normal and they have a normal upbringing and it's all fine, could even a normal person fall into this stuff too?
Well, I think you need to be a normal person falling into it. They have to be genetically predisposed to fall into it. So the guy we caught in Georgia yesterday, he's like, well, I'm into child porn because I was watching porn since I was 12 years old. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I first watched porn when I was 14 years old. And, you know, luckily I haven't watched it in like years. But
the median age is 11 or something. That's what famous study says.
Yeah. And like, you know, in 6th grade, you know, some kid had his phone out. He's like, oh, Alex, look at this. And it was like porn. But I don't like 11-year-olds. I don't like 14-year-olds. I like adults. So that was a BS excuse. I just think he's born a pedophile, and he tells the porn excuse to himself to obviously sugarcoat what it really is. But yeah.
I just, that could be the case. What do I know?
He's trying, yeah, I know exactly what Michael Knowles is doing. This jackass, along with Jordan Peterson and everybody, they try to say porn makes you a pedophile or gay, or it makes you do criminal activity. That's the whole narrative now with these conservative Christian apologists.
But I fear on the other side, sugarcoating the porn. And here's why. Without violating any disparagement or defamation laws or whatever, there's an investigation by Sound Investigations. Arden Young was the reporter that was talking to executives, senior staff at Pornhub companies, or, you know, the biggest porn company in the world. And they said that they insert themes into the straight pornography in order to convert. Now, they would probably say they mean this in a marketing sense.
Right.
You know, a customer to a new kind of customer. Straight guys to watching porn that they otherwise might not have looked for. Meaning, I, as a reasonable viewer,
this doesn't mean anything. So this was a report Pornhub made like 10 years ago, I think, before the company changed hands. They found that the majority of people consuming transgender porn are straight identifying males. And this might actually explain why randomly I get recommended like she-males or ladyboys or something. But it would make sense if they find these statistics, like there's certain groups of people that are overrepresented in certain porn categories, where if you so like say if the majority of straight identifying male, or sorry, the majority of trans porn watchers are majority straight identifying males, it would make sense to then say market or give recommendation to straight identifying males who have not yet watched trans porn, because there's a very high likelihood they have an interest in it, but they haven't like discovered it yet or something. YouTube does the same thing. Instagram does the same thing. They get this like analytic data and then they recommend, videos or content that they think your demographic would be interested in. This has nothing to do with them trying to convert people to be gay or anything. Mexicans donated $2. How come you are honest about Muslims in Europe, but you can't see the issues with Mexicans in America? Yeah, I haven't seen Mexicans trying to impose Sharia law and bomb buildings or run cars into people, so I don't think the Mexican problem in the US is at all comparable. Thanks for the donation, though, Mexicans. Dodo donated $2. Obviously, I think these Palestinian protesters deserve to have their green cards revoked and deported, but do you think it sets a dangerous precedent to allow them to do this? Maybe Palestine protester now, but later maybe Ukrainians, or could be literally anyone. Possibly. Like, the issue is the guy they're deporting, it's pretty clear that he actually committed a crime. So if this was somebody peacefully protesting and not committing a crime, like, not being a part of an illegal encampment on a university, but say was just peacefully protesting in a public area in which they'd have, full right to, that would change the circumstance. So yeah, I would be against Trump deporting a pro-Palestine protester, assuming they were engaging in a legal form of protest. But right now, with the evidence we have, it's pretty clear, unless I'm mistaken, that this guy was in fact committing a crime. So I'm not sure if it sets a dangerous precedent or not at the moment. I seriously doubt he's going to end up deporting Ukrainians for, again, like, just peacefully protesting, like making a post on Facebook saying, I don't support Trump doing this. He's pro-Putin, and then, he sees, like, that post, oh, Ukrainian disagrees with me, I'm going to deport them now, or, them, again, having illegal protest in public, oh, I'm deporting them because they disagree with me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Viewer of this interview, not the porn, but of the interview, would conclude that they believe you can change people's porn preferences and tastes and things. I don't want to defame or disparage any of those wonderful, sweet senior staff members at Porn Company. Right. But it would seem to me that that would be a reasonable conclusion from their words. So is it possible that these guys, that a normal person who just watches a zillion hours of porn might end up in one of your videos? Or no, you say no, it's just genetic.
Yeah, but like it can be. Yeah, but it can be nurtured by that because when I watched porn from like 14 to 17, it never devolved into like regular stuff to like anything crazy or anything like that. Like it was pretty much like the same thing I would like. But I think people maybe it's not a pedo specific. Maybe it's just they're predisposed to social engineering, or maybe they're more apt to be social engineered than others. Because my whole thing with porn is like, and even like the fentanyl crisis and all that. It's like there would be a crisis if you just didn't watch it or didn't consume it.
Right.
But some people are just weaker than others when it comes to that stuff. Like I'm weaker when it comes to eating too much. Like obviously, so everybody has their vices. So I don't know. I've asked people like, is there a certain child porn video you like to view the most? Like we had this firefighter in Ohio that we caught. But I asked him, so what's your, like, do you have like a favorite video? Do you have like a one you like to watch? He's like, no, I kind of just go on to the next thing. And I think that's how a lot of them are. It's like they save the videos, but they never really go back to it. It's just always a new thing they need to get. That's why they call it a collection, I guess.
So they save the it's not like they go on a streaming service, and they say, okay, they save it to their computers, which is how they get pinched for possession of child pornography.
Right. Yeah. They do oftentimes save it. And even if they don't, like, even if they were to go to a streaming service, they F them.
Yeah, I'd say Dr. Avi is probably the smartest person I know, even though he voted for Trump. That's one stupid thing he did, but I'd say he's probably the smartest person I know.
Because they'll get caught that way too.
Right. There's no way you can't have anything on your computer without, in some sense, I'm not a tech guy, but I assume you have to kind of download it in order to even look at it. Like I have to download a file if I want to read the file, even if it's
right.
I took like 7th grade computer.
Yeah.
But I think I'm speaking from authority here. I think that's what that means, right?
Yeah, well, apparently, go back to that guy, Georgia. He said he had a 26, and this after he got arrested, he had a 26 gigabyte child porn file that he opened like a couple months ago as he's out on bond, and he claims, well, it didn't download. I just opened the file up and looked at it. So I don't really know how that works because, I mean, I don't know.
Sounds like he downloaded it.
Yeah, he definitely downloaded it.
Are these people extremely stupid? Is the predisposition for them, you mentioned they're weaker, which might be that they just haven't cultivated habits of virtue, or it might be that they just are born with a weaker resistance to these things. Is it just because they're idiots?
Are they idiots?
Am I stronger than Anatoly the gym cleaner? Yes. He only weighs like, I think 150 or 155 pounds. He's not that strong.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of them are, but I think it comes from, it's so easy for them to do it because, like, I don't think there's more pedos now than there was 50 years ago, at least percentage of the population wise, but I think they can just defend 24/7 because they can, 50 years ago you couldn't go online and watch child porn, now you can.
Right.
But his first message to our 13-year-old decoy is like, I have naked pictures of girls your age. Do you want any? Obviously we said no, but he's saying that under his name with his fire department logo on as his profile. So instantly, just on that message alone, we could have just confronted him and been like, hey man, what's up? So, I mean, it's insane.
So what explains that? I guess it could be explained by extreme stupidity, but I don't know, he's a fireman, he's like operating in society.
Yeah.
Or is it that they just become convulsed by this obsession and by this lust and it just drives them insane?
Yeah, I think it's like kind of like that, like it's like tunnel vision. Because talking to him, he's not a low IQ guy. He's 25 years old. He's a homeowner. He has like 2 acres, doing pretty well for himself. No, definitely not like any type of mental disabilities. Like if he wasn't a pedo, we could probably shoot the crap about anything. He's a smart dude. But no, I don't know what it is. I think the game Sharks and Minnows you play in the pool. Yeah. Like okay, there's one shark and there's many minnows, and I think that's the way they look at it.
I hate to admit it, but agree with Michael Knowles. For once, the only good pedophile is a dead one.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, what are the chances I'm going to be caught? Because everybody, there's so many of us and only a few people catching them that I think it's just that mentality.
So how sophisticated does it get? You mentioned guys just banging around the trailer park, downloading stuff in this really seems like a clunky way.
Yeah.
When I hear about political stories involving pedophilia, I'm thinking rich guys, I'm thinking smart guys, I'm thinking powerful guys, I'm thinking Jeffrey Epstein's Island.
Mm-hmm.
Is that part real? Obviously Epstein Island was, but are the vast majority of these guys just like dumb idiots who have no self-control and get caught? Well,
I think the elites are definitely real. But the thing is, we wouldn't catch them on Instagram or anything like that. So we can only make a difference in what we can make a difference in. Like, if a pedo's abusing kids, it doesn't matter if they have $1 billion or if they're on welfare. If they're abusing kids, they're abusing kids. So that's the way we look at it. But yeah, I think that stuff's definitely real. Like, we had a pedo in Wyoming who came to drink baby's blood, like essentially adrenochrome, and people say that just doesn't happen. So I don't know.
Go on.
Okay. So the guy was 19 years old, if you can believe. I think the sickest mind, like he doesn't have the most victims, obviously, because he's only 19. We've caught like 70-year-olds. But his name is Clayton Tanner. I can say his name because he's convicted already in prison. Clayton Tanner, and 19 years old. What we found out when we interviewed him is that he was already being investigated by Cheyenne, Wyoming Police Department for child pornography. So he came to meet. He was texting because he didn't have his phone at the time. He was texting us from.
Is Matt gay? Yes or no? Only donate $2. Dillahunty's boyfriend. Yeah, I've seen his trans girlfriend. I wouldn't say he's gay. But thanks for the donation, dude.
From his mom's phone, talking about we had an 11-year-old decoy and we just want to see how sick he was with a baby sister who's 1 year old, and he's like, I want to cut up. He's like, I want to give you guys cuts with a knife and drink y'all's blood, and he's saying this on his mom's phone. So he walks over from his house to the park with his mom's phone. He's re-downloaded all the child porn on his mom's phone. And I asked him, like, so did you bring the knife? And he brought the knife. He had the knife with him, full intent there, and he was pretty honest about it, surprisingly. And he just admitted, like, yeah, I want to do all this. And yeah,
did he explain why?
He said he got abused very hard at 4 years old. So I think that played a factor into it, but it's not an excuse.
Obviously, yeah, I guess it is something of an explanation. But
yeah. I don't believe a lot of these. Like, you'll find that these child pedophiles, they're extraordinarily manipulative people. They will lie constantly about everything. And that's the way that's how they operate. They have to lie and be manipulative in order to abuse children. So when they're telling him, oh, I was abused horribly when I was a kid, they're probably lying about that. And they're doing that in order to get sympathy and so that they can, like, find a way to get out of the situation. So, yeah, I wouldn't take anything a child predator says at face value. Oh, I was abused as a kid. Like, bullshit. And by the way, like, most people who have gone through childhood abuse, I rarely see them rationalizing any of their behavior from child abuse. Usually people who have behavior that stems from some kind of abuse or something they went through from when they were a kid, they don't understand how their behavior is connected. They just know that they were abused and they just do things and they don't know why. So that's just some fucking horseshit that these child predators are fucking saying. They're just making that up. I would say, you know, at least for the most part. CDG Donate Chillers, hey Richard, how you doing today? I was really tired all day, barely slept last night, had to take the day off gym. Did you ever go to the doctor today? No, my mom was over. I was spending a little bit of time with her, but yeah, I was super tired too. I had that really long stream last night, and the night before I didn't sleep that much, so I just ended up just relacking most of the day. I've also barely eaten the last 2 days. I'm probably going to do a workout after tonight's stream, but I didn't train today either. And I might go to the doctor tomorrow because it's going to be quite warm. Not really warm, but I think it's supposed to get up to like 10 degrees or something. I gassed up my V-Strum. I charged up the battery. I gassed up the V-Strum. I might have to adjust the chain. But yeah, if I do go out tomorrow to the doctor, I'm probably going to take my V-Strum out because the weather's supposed to be good. There's not going to be any snow or anything, so... First ride in the V-Strum tomorrow, in all likelihood. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Is Matt gay, yes or no? Donate $2. Do you think Alex is lying about not watching porn since he was 17? Also, Candace is right.
Okay. I have a question. So, and this...
Alex who? Alex Rosen? I have no idea. Some people just don't really like porn, which is kind of understandable. Like, most porn stars are gross as shit, so... But, let me see.
This has been like a thing that's gone viral on this podcast before, and it always seems to spark quite a debate. So, would you consider it to be gay for a man to date a trans woman?
Yes. For a man to date, no. Personally.
Would you categorize him as straight?
Probably, yeah.
So, by the way, if you were to ask them the inverse, would a man be heterosexual for dating a trans man? They'd probably still say it's gay. So, what is the epistemic standard? So, apparently, if you date somebody who looks like Blair White, oh, what are you, a faggot? You're like, oh my god, you suck dick. You lick balls. You want to get fucked in the ass, fucking homo? This person looks like a girl. The only fucking difference is, yeah, they have a penis. But yeah, apparently you're gay if you find Blair White attractive and you date her. But if you date any of these people, yeah, if you date this person, oh, well, you're straight. Clearly, you're heterosexual. This is a trans man, so this is somebody who transitioned from female to male. If you were to date this person, would you be straight? This is heterosexual to you? Like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, well, they have a vagina, so... Just so dumb. These people are just so fucking dishonest.
Because, what is it? Oh, sorry.
This is
Here,
too
Zoe.
technical.
I mean,
I just...
If you don't want to answer, that's
like,
fine. Go ahead.
just-
If you don't
I
want to answer, that's fine. Go ahead.
I'm with Pixie. I don't think that makes them gay at all.
SE?
I have no clue.
For not to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Question.
So there's only two logical answers to this. One is you're straight, which makes sense because they look identical to women. The only difference is, yeah, they have a penis, unless they've gotten bottom surgery. In which case there'd basically be no doubt. You can also just look at the statistics behind this. It's mostly straight identifying men who date trans women. So that's obviously logical. The only other conclusion you could come to is that being attracted to trans women is its own sexual preference. So it's neither gay nor straight, it's its own sexual preference. And the reason you'd come to that conclusion is there are, in fact, people who exclusively date trans people. So, and it's mostly men, again. It's mostly men who are exclusively interested in trans women. So it's either its own sexual preference or it is heterosexual.